Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome along to round number one of the PS5 Coach Dave Delta Endurance GT3 2024 series, brought to you by FRL, sponsored by Coach Dave Delta. Experience seamless setup management with Delta, perfect for Assetto Corsa Competizione and iRacing players looking to optimise their performance. And we'll see many drivers looking to optimise their performance this afternoon around the much maligned Monza. Oh yes, it's that turn one. Definitely not as scary as Suzuka, but most certainly a corner that puts fear into the heart of racers, sim and real. And this is where the 11 round calendar will begin. It's Monza for 8 hours, Donington, Valencia, Suzuka, of course, matching the full series on PlayStation, on PC as well, as you would expect. The Nordschleife making its long-awaited appearance very, very soon on ACC. That'll be in the middle of the calendar. Watkins Glen, Zolder, Laguna Seca and Kailami, all there for the drivers. Many hours of racing ahead. What a series it's going to be. Some phenomenal teams in here that we've seen already, but there was an attempted Monza race just at the end of last year, and we saw some quick times up at the top. We're just into qualifying. 20-minute qualifying session for the drivers. It's an 8-hour race today. There will of course be refuelling allowed during the pit stops, and the drivers will have to adhere to the same stipulations as their real-life counterparts. You know, those drivers that real-life race because they're not good enough to sim race. 65 minutes is the maximum amount of time that any driver can spend out on track before returning the car to the pits. They don't come back in that 65 minutes. And yes, you're right, gratuitous Ferrari time, camera time, but they're up on the front row. Yeah, if they don't come in, they will be subject to a large time penalty. As across the sim racing board these days, it is the Low Fuel Motorsport BOP that will be active, and as is always active with FRL, it'll be AccuWeather that we will be taking the weather from, and I can assure you, much nicer weather in Monza than it is outside my window. My name's John Wright, of course, aka Double O Raven. Thank you to everyone tuning in. I hope you're all nice and warm and cosy and safe inside. Let me just actually get the chat open as well, if I can, because for some reason that's completely frozen. Tom Brunel is in. All the best to the drivers. Hope the servers hold up. Fingers crossed. Simtech Racing, they're in there. Turn one, I've got a couple of teams in as well. Where is Simtech? But anyway, we'll crack on. Good luck all. Raven, how's things, buddy? They're good. They are good, my man. They are good. Looking forward to this one. No SBR teams today. Giuliano, my apologies, Giuliano. Machili throws a guess at that one and hopes that something close sticks. Also, as well, if anyone does have any issues with the audio or visual quality, please do let me know. But it does look not too bad at the moment. Yeah, so it's round number one, of course. Coach Dave Delta proudly sponsoring another event with FRL, the full endurance calendar for the PS5 and the PC drivers, but it's the PS5 drivers that we are concentrating on today. We have 21 teams taking part. Just look a bit pixely. Hopefully that's all coming through okay for you. And at the moment, it's a very handy 146.6 for Libre Esport, leading the way. Turn one sim racing. They've got two cars in the top 5. Jacques Vermeulen and Andy Morgan piloting them at the moment. The Niter Scuderia car in the top 10, just ahead of track limits in Formula Italian racing. Team VPR have just been overtaken Oh no, sorry, it was a driver change there. There we go. Ciao ragazza. Ah, ragazzi, there we go. My favourite part of Scotsman on comms is when they brutalise non-British names. Gaming with Gordo. I am at your service, my good man. Here all day to brutalise as many names as possible. So hopefully you enjoy the attempted linguistic gymnastics I'm about to perform with some of these continental names. But I hope you're enjoying. Are you racing Gaming with Gordo? Are you an avid viewer? Are you taking part? Do you have a horse in the race? Anybody else? Who else are we all cheering on? Giuliano. There we go. See, I even hesitated now. I'm hesitating now, Gordo. You've ruined me. You've ruined me. Oh, wow. Gameplay. Good luck to all guys. Have a good race. Mian Komasa. Boom. Yuri. Ciao ragazzi. Forza Libra Esports. Oh, there we go. Oh wow, there's only 300s. While I was brutalising European names in my beautiful Scottish accent, we've got Zamperlini, 3/10. 300s, my apologies. Let's not undersell this. 300s of a second separating them at the top of the table. And the two of them, half a second ahead of the rest of the field. But we can see Arsenio and Kondratenko. For the Media Family Moscow, they're only separated by 2,000ths of a second, so not to be outdone by the front row. Row 2 are having themselves a bit of a party at the moment as well. We've got Morgan 7/10ths off, only a tenth ahead of Team VPR, and again we can see the Niter Scuderia and Magia Motorsports separated by 300ths. Pretty close there. Again, the French connection is Screw Up's crew. That doesn't really bode well, does it, if they call themselves that? Not expecting big things, I'm sure. They've got 300ths separating, so even closer than the two drivers on the front row. A couple of teams, one team at the moment, the other one at the bottom, we'll ignore him. There we go, they've just set a time. African Thunder, now they were quick last time out, so where have they just gone? 17th. So we'll see if they get much quicker. Good morning, says Cesar Almeida. We've got Rafael Negri in the chat as well. Forza VPR. Turn 1 Sim Racing EU, our protege JV is doing well. Jacques Vermeulen. Is that Jacques Vermeulen? Or is it a different J Vermeulen? Because, yeah, I know Jacques Vermeulen. Very quick. Forza Margarita. There we go. Pizza and pasta for everyone. Rafael Negri. Get the penny on. Get the pizza oven fired up. I am en route. And I can assure you, no pineapple. All good. Forza Margarita indeed. Did you comment on the races in SOP before? Yes, I do. I still do. But yes, that is indeed I. I'm thinking I know you, Yuri. What did you race for? FS Fire Beast Racing Team. Marco in the chat as well. Forza Fit. Right, so we just need to do a bit of housekeeping. If you are enjoying the stream, by the way, thank you very much. Hope you're looking forward to the race. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Please do hit that thumbs up button and hit that free subscribe. That goes a long way to supporting FRL. There we go. You were in Fire Beast Racing, indeed. Yeah, nice to see you in the chat again, Yuri. Are you still racing these days? Are you on PC now, I'm guessing? Yeah, Fire Beast Racing are mostly on PC these days, so you'll be over there. But let's have a look down. We do have times from everyone apart from the commentator. Can confirm his quickest time here is not even worth mentioning. I've got FSR are in 21st position, Grandpa's at the moment. It's Jared. Jared? Sorry, yeah, got myself confused. Sim Racing Team Lowlands behind African Thunder, but only just. It's still very close, right through the field. So it's 2 seconds off the pace they are, but only 1200s ahead of the Grandpas. We've got Evandro Endurance, 1.8 off at the minute in 15th. We've still got 3 minutes left to go with a 146 laps, so another couple of laps each for the teams while racing. Currently 13th position with the French Connection and Evandro just outside the top 10 at the minute. It's Formula Italian team 1.3. They sit off the pace at the minute with 10th place in their grasp. We'll see if they can hold on to it. They will be looking to get ahead of Maja ahead. I mean, that's less than a tenth separating these three cars in 8th, 9th and 10th. Niters Scuderia leading the way. We've got Track Limits United. Everything's just reset. Hopefully we're still running. Team VPR. 6th, then Turn 1 Sim Racing. Still got 2 cars in the top 5, 2nd and 5th at the moment. Cantino da Tibolete. Wow. In 4th, Media Family Moscow. Anybody you think I'd been avoiding that car so far, so I didn't butcher the name of that one. Media Family Moscow in the top 3 with Turn 1 Sim Racing and Libra Esports still battling out at the top. And I'm sure Enzo will be very happy indeed with the way the Ferraris are performing here at Monza. Let's have a look at what the drivers are dealing with in the closing 2 minutes. This is, of course, the Degnas. A whole lot of curb action on the way through here. Not on the exit, though. You really want to avoid. Wow, okay. No such avoidance of the curb. Maybe the 296 is different. I haven't driven that round here, to be fair. Don't worry, Lewis. I intend to hit the curb in the second chicane so hard I do a barrel roll. Nice. We will make sure we have got a camera poised just for that, as we see the current pole sitter make his way into Ascari, or as it could be renamed in English, Scary. It's definitely a fun corner, but it's one that can go wrong in so many ways with those little extra bumps and curves. Vermeulen has gone quicker, but not quick enough to get ahead of Zamperlini. There was 3200s separating these two at the top. There's now 8,000, so he's gone 20 something hundreds quicker, and Zamperlini's coming into the pits, so we won't get an on board with the pole sitter. But Vermeulen, let's get an on board with him, because he is flying into, yeah, it's turn 1, don't even need to see it, very heavy braking zone into the cutback chicane. As you can see, it's difficult enough to get one car through there. We're about to see 21 go side by side. Hurrah! Vermeulen into turn 2, and of course, for me, sorry, not enough course there, but certainly for me, I think after Blassono, you get through Blassono. I think the second Variante is certainly someplace that can cause more problems than turn 1. On lap 1, it's almost as if drivers breathe a sigh of collective relief that they've made it through. No on-board lap, thank you very much. It's almost like they breathe a collective sigh of relief they've made it through the first turn. And yeah, they go piling into the second chicane. Fingers crossed. They can keep it in their boots until at least the last lap. We've got them now into the Degnas, where we joined Zamperlini previously. That is time up. Now, the Zamperlini, no, he went into the pits, so he came back out, he's on a tyre run, so he won't be setting another time. Vermeulen is in the pits. He is done with qualifying, as we see the Media Family Moscow along Saraglio into Ascari, under the bridge, onto the brakes, over the curbs, and away we go. Can the Media Family Moscow run wide on the exit to Ascari? can confirm. They are going to hold on to third position for the moment. Team VPR could still mount a challenge. We've got the teams quickly finishing their sessions, and I think, yep, the McLaren is done as well. So is Mazda Motorsports. Vandro is going to cross the line in the Mercedes. Will we see his son jump to the top? Nope. And the French connection in the McLaren are just through the second chicane. They've got time to finish this lap. They're certainly the closest to the teams up at the top. But at the moment it is Zamperlini who is back into the pits in pole position. And here comes, oh, that was through Ascari, my apologies, got that one all wrong. The French connection coming through Parabolica and into the pits, so no improvement on their time, so that is qualifying done and dusted for round number 1. And if we have a look up at the top, a split of the purple sectors, but all three going to the Ferraris. 4 Ferraris in the 3 Ferraris in the top 4. 4 McLarens in the top 7. No, that's 3 Ferraris, by the way. Yeah, 3 Ferraris, 4 McLarens. That keeps sticking. 2 seconds. Okay, that'll just have to freeze. As long as that's still running, we're fine. So it is Libre Esports that are in first with turn 1 and second. Media Family have got themselves third. Cantino Dati Balletti have got themselves fourth. Turn 1 sim racing held on to 2 cars in the top 5 with 15 VPR in 6. While Racing got 7. Track Limits United in 8th with Heiters Scuderia getting inside the top 10 with Mazda Motorsport. Well, one of the few teams. Not many doing it with 2 drivers, Van Lieshout and Van der Waal, of course, Lindstrom and Brahms. And down we've got Omran and Dorum as well. Oh, Mickelson and Alves, I thought they were a 3-man team. Have they lost a driver? But yeah, only 4 2-driver teams. Again, they're all still bound by the 65-minute stint timer. As you can see, African Thunder there in 14th. The race will start very shortly. It's going to be an 8-hour race sponsored by Coach Dave Delta. Experience seamless setup management with Delta. Perfect for a set of Corsa Competizione and iRacing players looking to optimise their performance. So get yourself over to the Coach Dave Delta website and get yourself signed up. The link is in the chat. So there we go. Oh, the timer could have stayed. Yeah, there we go. So we've got 3 minutes. The drivers are just going to do their final preparation. 21 teams out on track. Very, very, very high expectations for all 20 making it back through the gates as well. Libre Esports are still showing in the pits. Hopefully they're here in a moment. Definitely not anybody starting in the pits. The race leader. Decent little mix of cars. Not many cars in there. I'm saying a decent mix of cars. We've got 1 Audi, 1 Lambo, 1 Mercedes. Lot of Ferraris and McLaren. So despite the application of the LFM bot, the team's very much still staying with the almost meta cars. And McLaren's doing well. As I say, 4 cars in the top 7 are McLarens. 3 of them in the top 7 are Ferraris. The Audi for Track Limits United. The would certainly be one to watch in the top 10 at the moment. Not the best on tyres though, so we'll see how the ones over the piece, but they certainly give the McLarens a run for the money in turn number 1. So too could the Mercedes of Evandro Alternate. Especially if the Ferraris, I've seen it again recently actually, Ferraris getting almost bogged down at the start. Not quite getting that, those early revs and getting off the line after the lights go for the rolling start. So we'll see. I mean, there's a lot of Ferraris up at the front. If the McLarens could pull a move, it'll certainly be fun going through Lesotho. We've got Monza today. We've got Donington coming up. Make sure you set your calendars for that February the 17th. That's a 4-hour race, so that'll start at 2 PM UK time, so basically 2 hours from now. That'll be the same with Valencia. It's a 6-hour race, but it'll also start at 2 o'clock. Then back to the 12 o'clock slot for 9 hours of Suzuka. That's May the 18th. We've got June 16th for Wilton and Snetterton. 2 3-hour races in one day. That is the 2 o'clock slot as well. Then it's the Nordschleife, 9 hours. The drivers will be running their way through the German countryside, or certainly will hope they'll last the whole 9 hours. It's a tricky track, is the Nordschleife. 12 o'clock slot, that one will be. Then it's 6 hours of Watkins Glen, that's 2 o'clock, September 21st. That one is. Then we've got 7 hours of Zolder at the end of 12 slot. 2 o'clock from Laguna Seca in November. Kailami rounds off the season. That will start at 10 o'clock UK time, so that will be the earliest. But plenty of time before we get to that. A whole lot of racing to come, and 8 hours of it is coming here from a track made way back in 1922. Some of the existing track still exists, but is massively overgrown. The original oval course, 2.7 miles of absolute madness that was originally conceived next to the full course. It was, of course, part of the course back then, 6.2 miles long. So you had to drive the Monza as is, and then do a loop, an oval, sorry, on embanked tarmac that had a gradient. I don't know if anyone's ever seen the Top Gear episode, but the gradient on that is pretty incredible. So yeah, I'm sure the drivers are more than grateful they're not taking part in that one today. Sergio Steve, Alan Part. What an Alan Partridge moment on the commentary that was from me. Oh, okay. Previous conversation still to go on. Is it my tongue that you're worried about, Cesar, or is it your poor ears? I think it might be the latter, and that's okay. That is okay. I will stop brutalising that immediately. Oh, that's really loud, actually. My apologies. That music was louder than I thought. We're going to be taking off. Okay. No, we're not. That's frozen. Bear with me 2 seconds before a bit of a technical issue in the background while I was reading through my my track stuff. We'll be back in the server in a moment. I seem to have been removed, so let me just jump back in and we'll bring you the start of the race, hopefully. We'll still be on their warm-up lap. Yes, so at the moment we're just waiting on the race to get started. There seems to have been a connection issue. So at the moment all the cars are not on their... they're not on the starting line, basically. They're out in free practice, so we do actually have a car out on track. There will be a moment. Let me just have a look about and see if we can get some information on what we've got going on at the moment. Yes, just checking. We had an issue, some kind of technical issue. So the server has been reset. They have all been brought back in without qualifying. So the qualifying results will obviously stand. The drivers and teams will be put back into that order for the start of the race. And now that I've said that, there it is there. Yeah, so it was just a server crash. There we go. Sorry, my apologies. Dead air while I'm sitting there silently trying to read through things. I should keep you up to date a bit better than that. But no, yeah, so it was just a server crash. So the teams are rejoining. In fact, we've got everyone back in. All 20 teams. Oh no, there was 21 plus me. So yeah, we've got one team to come. We'll have a short practice session, and then the drivers and teams will get on with the 8-hour race. The track's only fast now, actually, so I wonder if this is going to have any difference. Of course, they're using AccuWeather, the local weather, so it'll only really be the track condition that potentially changes marginally. Because, yeah, the local weather in Italy is much better than it is here. Fenrir Racing. Fenrir, wow. Soren Mikkelsen, my apologies. And Nicky Mayer go Team FSR. Fenrir Sim Racing, let's go. Alessandro Galliano. In the grand scheme of things, that was fairly easy. But Alessandro, yeah, if we could pop that in English, please. I could probably translate it. But yeah, if we could keep the chat in English, and I will be able to answer your questions. Ma vi pare normale. Something normal. I'm going to guess that is. Siam Lays. Oh my goodness me. If I do mispronounce your name, please do feel free to pop in a correct pronunciation, or just ask me to stop saying it if it's that bad. Which is understandable. Go FIT, says Marco. Good to see all the everyone getting cheered on in the chat. We can see the teams are all back in. We've got 6 minutes. Oh, the Mercedes. Not a big fan of that barrier there. Just I'm not sure what it was that particular barrier did. Maybe side-eyed them during the qualifying session. But yeah, certainly taking action there. So jump on board, but let's listen to some beautiful, beautiful sounds. That is the Mercedes engine. I love this car. It is very nice. Nicky Mayer, you're doing it great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things that you need to strive to get correct, and that is as many names as possible. Timmy Dorham is in the chat. I'm a beginner, so what? Exactly. Are you enjoying the race? Then that's all that matters. So, yeah. Oh, I'm a beginner, so watch out. Oh, right, okay. Okay, that's where we're going with that sentence. That's it. Timmy Durant bringing the heat. I'm a beginner, so I'm going to put the L plates on. There may be contact, no contact. Definitely don't make contact on the straight. Even for a beginner, that's unacceptable. That line there, how many drivers will come into contact with that carrying too much speed? 8 hours, is there going to be 6 pit stops to get the cars to the end? One slightly shorter stint during the race. And then, the rest of them, I'd imagine they'll all be looking to go the full 65 minutes. So what do we think then, viewers? How many drive-throughs for speeding in the pit lane do we think we'll see? Alessandro back in the chat. That was an Italian sentence to encourage Luca Flaminio. Ah, got ya. Got ya. I'm sure Luca is... I mean, with a name like Flaminio, certainly light a flame. I hope that hopefully that's lit a flame under him. Thanks very much. I'm here all week. Tip your waitress. Do try the steak. We've got Jay Miller. Aha! Mr. White Smurf is out on track. He's a bit quick. Interesting story about Mr. White Smurf. He bought a Logitech wheel during lockdown for fun. And within about 2 weeks was one of the quickest people I knew on ACC. And yeah, I'm not even sure he was aware of just how quick he was until we pointed it out and started getting him into league racing. But yeah, just an absolute natural born talent. Natural born talent. He is, yeah. His 1 lap pace is pretty impressive. We've got GL243 in the chat. Hello everyone, good luck. Let's go CDTB. Marco cheering on Flaminio as well. Love to see it. Why is that? Oh, my apologies. Let me put that. Okay, apologies if I've missed anything in the chat. YouTube's just done that thing again. It's changed it from live chat to top chat. Yeah, just to confirm as well, actually, let's go over the race format while we're running down. It is the FRL's PS5 Coach Dave Delta 8 hour of Monza as part of the Endurance GT3 2024 season. Coach Dave Delta experienced seamless setup management with Delta. Perfect for a set of course of competizione and iRacing players looking to optimise their performance. Get yourself over to CoachDaveAcademy.com/Delta and you can get all of the action now with 2.0. Hundreds of thousands of laps already compared, analysed and data fed back to drivers who have no doubt benefited massively from the array that they the array of data points that they receive. So thank you to them for sponsoring the event. It is, as I say, 8 hours. The drivers with the 65-minute stint timer to adhere to. The Low Fuel Motorsport BOP is active and it is accurate weather. We can have teams as small as 2 drivers or as large as 5 drivers taking part. 4 teams with only a duo behind the wheel for the 8 hours. That is quite the undertaking. I'll guess for around 20 drive-through penalties for all 8 hours. And no DSQ, of course. Right, okay, there we go. So Nicky in the chat puts in a number, 20 drive-throughs over 8 hours. I mean, I think that could be easily, between track limits and speeding in the pit lane, yeah, very, very, very easy to do so in the heat of the battle is, yeah, bringing too much pace. And also as well, something that I think catches a lot of teams out when they're doing driver swaps is one of the things that can help save time is actually driver swapping, so you can put the car in gear for the other driver getting in. It's just a couple of seconds, but yeah, seconds count in racing, even over 8 hours. And a lot of the times what will happen is the other driver will get in the car, pop the car into gear and put it in the second. And being in second gear in the pit lane is a speeding violation. Oh, Nicky's saying only for speeding in the pits. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're looking for. So the session will now be forwarded. No, it won't. My apologies. Let me just have a quick read of what's going on. There is a slight change of plan happening. Bear with me a second. Back to the elevator music. Yes, so we are doing a server reset. That's it. Everything. There will be a 5-minute practice, so we'll get to see the cars back out on track again. The grid order is ready, so that reset has done its job. Go. All the technology. Hands up everyone that loves technology. Well, I think of this keyboard will boom in 2 seconds. Okay, there we go. Yes, so 2.5 minutes left of free practice. The teams are all making their way back in, and then we will be off and running. It will be, as I say, 8 hours of racing, 65-minute stint timer for the teams. The teams themselves comprising of 2 to 5 drivers, 4 drivers. We did have a 5-man team. No, we didn't. Maybe a change on the entry list, but there we go. Yes, indeed. Right, yeah, we've still got on board. So we'll stick with the on board. Hopefully everyone is suitably excited for the race ahead. That promises to be a very good one. Let me just turn that volume up a bit. It does seem quite quiet. Yeah, there we go. So less than a minute, we will be underway. Let's get some external shots. There we go. The Lamborghini up near the front. Yeah, not much of a... I was going to say a bit of a variety in the cars, but yeah, not so much. One Lambo, one Mercedes, or two Mercedes, one BMW. David Pulsar, Dej, in the chat. And yeah, we're going to be off and running here. As I was saying, yeah, one Lambo, two Mercedes, one BMW, and then a whole lot of Ferraris and McLarens. So yeah, I'm sure Enzo will be very, very, very happy with the turnout from the Ferraris so far. Locking out the front row of the grid at the Cathedral of Speed. So we'll get some time. In fact, let's jump. Which one? Oh, we can get that car as well. There we go. Nicky Mayer in the chat. Go Team FSR1 and FSR2. Two cars in the race, of course. Couple of teams with two cars. And Dima Justa. Let's go. Let's go indeed. 2 minutes left. And then we'll be straight on to the grid. It will be a warm-up lap around Monza, which is, of course, exactly 3.6 miles long, 5.7 kilometres, effectively 5.8. Built, of course, back in 1922. The track's changed, quite frankly, more times than I changed my socks in a week. It's been over a dozen times. There's been changes made, resurfacing work, and slight variations to the corner. Of course, back in 1934, 90% of the course was shut down to bring us the Floria course. Thankfully, that was short-lived. Less than a year later, Sense was seen, and only 2 years later, the full Monza, as we know it, was pretty much reinstated. Of course, it wasn't until post-war we saw a much. We saw the Floria course removed, and in 1955 the oval brought back into existence. Ascari didn't join the course until 1972, and certainly in its current iteration wasn't until 1974 that it looked like that. The turn one, you all know it, 1976. It looked very different to what we see now, that is for sure. A double chicane in itself. Of course, a Delta Roggio as well before the Lesmos, which I've called the Degnas multiple times today. We'll make sure to get that one right. 1976 was when that was thrown together. Those two corners stayed as is until into 2000, when, of course, the first chicane and second chicane were refined ever so slightly to give us the horror show that we see today. Billy in the chat, there is BOP. It's the LFM BOP. I'm not sure all of the teams. There has been someone else question that as well. BOP has been applied. It's the same as the LFM BOP, so all the cars are competitive, but if the teams can drive any car they want, and if they feel comfortable in these, then yeah, that's certainly it. It's not to say that the cars themselves are meta, it's the drivers behind the wheel that are pretty quick. So yeah, not quite the full mix of cars that we're seeing on PC, like the Bentley making a big comeback recently. The Porsche is very popular. The Lambos as well doing not too bad, but definitely the McLarens and the Ferraris go-to cars. The Ferrari is a phenomenal all-rounder if we're being serious. It is a decent car. The Lambo's a good all-rounder as well. And I think since the 1.9 update especially, the way the cars interact with curbs now is so much better and so much more realistic. It used to be a case that it was only the Bentley and the Mercedes that were any good at going over curbs, and as soon as they nerfed the Bentley's petrol tank, that was that car effectively nerfed out of competition. But the recent BOP at LFM has certainly made it competitive again. I've seen it on the PC, comfortably getting itself a few top 10 positions. And here we go, 18 seconds left till the warm-up lap. The drivers starting to rev those engines. Front row lockout for the Ferraris. Oh, a couple of flashes. My YouTube chat's just flashed back to top chat instead of live chat again. Here we go. We are off. Just close the door. Just yeah, sorting out some drafts in the room. Hopefully you're all indoors, nice and warm and cosy. It's yeah, it's a cold one in Britain certainly at the minute, and I know parts of Europe as well. So hopefully everyone's safely tucked up. Car 8 and 814 for MSR, getting cheers in the chat. Nicky Mayer saying hello to Timmy as well. But it is Libra and Turn 1 that are leading the way. Turn 1 on the way into Turn 1 at Monza. Let the memes commence. Media Family Moscow seem to be having a slight connection issue. That should settle down once the warm-up lap is finished though, I'm sure. Team VPR. And CDTB, Cantino da T. Now, how is it you pronounce that TI? I wonder. We've got Turn 1 Sim Racing. They are in 5th. Actually, this is just the warm-up lap. The Cantina cars got slightly ahead, but Turn 1 will be starting in 5th while racing track limits in Niters Scuderia and Magia Motorsport, one of the two-man teams, all inside the top 10. Let's move that and that. So we get access to the keyboard, get a look at some of these. Oh, that's the one we want. I see we don't want that one right now because the drivers are warming up the brakes. Now there's the African Thunder BMW. So one last time then, who is everyone cheering on in the chat? What are we thinking? Also, we've had an opening offer of 20 drive-throughs for speeding in the pit lane over the race. Any advance on 20? Going once, going twice? Let me know, let me know. But yeah, we could see a few come through here. There we go, let's fix some audio. Here we go then. Let's get some helicam to start this one. We'll get back to trackside as soon as we get through lap number 1. It's Monza. It's turn one. It's 8 hours of driving ahead, 65 minutes per stint. The coach Dave Delta Endurance Series for the PS5 drivers is about to get underway, and it's going to be an all Ferrari affair up at the front on the line. Will that be the case? Into turn one, it's foot down, it's flat out, and it's flying into turn one. And again, did I not mention about Ferraris getting bogged down? Look at the start of the McLarens. I've got the 3 Ferraris in the front 2 rows absolutely jumped, and we've got a third Ferrari, a fourth McLaren, sorry, appearing in the background. The Audi as well, a Kleber. I did wonder if he could do some good in the opening. Oh, there's been a bit of contact between 1 and 2, and they've made it through. They had a bit of contact, but they still made it through. The whole field, in fact, has made it through. We had one car that really bogged down on the start. I think it was one of the FSR. No, it wasn't one of the FSR cars. It was CDTB. Wow, they've ended up down in 19th position. What's going on there? Let's quickly jump back up to the front and see what goes on into the second chicane. It's nose to tail. It's still Ferrari, Ferrari, McLaren, Ferrari, McLaren. And yeah, the other 2 McLarens have still survived as well. So still as you were in the top 7. Kleber couldn't quite get a move done in the opening exchanges, but he's certainly letting the Wall Racing team know they are there. And a bit of a gap already forming between Wall Racing and Team VPR onto the back straight. And it is a yellow flag. We've got a yellow flag. We've got a yellow flag. Car 23, unless my old eyes deceive me. And I think they are somewhat deceiving me. It's Media Family Moscow. And we've got another yellow flag out of Ascari, car 814. That is FSR2. So they have had a moment going through Ascari, but the Media Family Moscow are massively down the order then. They were in the front couple of rows. We now see their McLaren down in 21st position. It is still Vermeulen leading the way. Mailer is bringing Arsenio with him. CDTB have got 2 cars in the race. My apologies. Yeah, let's not panic anymore. Arsenio is still up battling at the front. My apologies for spreading fake news. Which that most definitely was. On board with turn 1 sim racing. You've now got 2 cars in the top floor. Morgan getting a move done on Lancanisi for Team VPR. So those 2 McLaren swapping position. And while that happened, actually, we've got the Ferrari ahead of the McLaren as well. So Team VPR losing 2 positions in that opening lap. Seeing turn 1 promoted and CDTB as well. While Racing still in 6th, but they are struggling to fend off Kleber at the minute. The Audi really is looking racy behind them, and so too Formula Italian team. They're in a Ferrari, they're on home soil. They'll be hoping for a top 10 at least, especially considering the team currently ahead of them is called the French Connection. Grace behind the wheel. Oh, and that's a big mistake on the exit there. How has he managed to hold that and keep his momentum? I wonder if Flaminio there maybe panicked slightly and had an extra bit of lift on the corner exit, because the French Connection car looked anything but settled on the way out of that corner. The Grandpas are looking to overtake Sim Racing Team Lowlands to get themselves up to 18th. And the Media Family Moscow are already in the pits. That'll be for damage repair, no doubt, through Ascari. That's a slap on the wrist for track limits for Grace in the French Connection, no doubt. That was a liberty with the track limits. Look how close it is up at the front, though, into Parabolica at the end of lap number 2. It's turn 1 sim racing, leading Libra, leading CDTV, leading turn 1 sim racing. They've got a handicap back to them already, as we saw. There is, in fact, there's a bigger gap to Team VPR for turn 1 sim racing than there is to their sister team ahead into turn 1. You can see, and VPR have shaken off Kleber. Kleber are 2 seconds down the road. They've made some kind of mistake, maybe not quite managing to pull off the overtake move, but the Audi is down. And not only that, while racing could be whaling their way up to 6th position at the expense of the track limited team if they don't get that one sorted out pretty quickly. That's a big drop in the deltas there. Let's get back up to the podium protagonists though. A second separating the top three in turn 1 sim racing. Ain't too far behind either into the Lesmos for the third time of asking. We've got 1.2 seconds separating the top four. CDTB, the car that we saw off track, they're putting in a battle in a minute with FSR down in 15th place. Mickelson versus Larama down there. They've also got the African Thunder and Sim Racing Team Lowlands car right in that battle, and so too, in fact, the Grandpas. So that is an incredible battle right down at the back of the field. 5 cars deep in that one. As we can see there on the back stretch, it's the Grandpas, Team Lowland. That's African Thunder we're on board with there, and Cantina de Boletti Eastwards are brutalising that one time and time again. I can't apologise enough. I can try though, but they're in 16th place. I'm looking a bit quicker than Mickelson, that is for sure. On the way out of Ascari, this is going to be a run into Parabolica, and it's going to be an overtake attempt. He's surely going to have to put this one up the inside. There's no place else for him to go. He does have more momentum. Does he have it done on the brakes? He's got the inside line. Not always the best at Parabolica, because you can really abuse those track limits on the exit and get the extra grip. Oh, but there was a bit of lateral movement on the front of the car of Mickelson there, and that is lit. Oh yeah, he's clean through there. Larama showing him a clean pair of heels, and African Thunder, that shows you just how badly the lead Ferrari going into Parabolica was compromised here, because the African Thunder BMW's used a double slipstream, and he's gone flying past both of them. Vermaak, is he carrying? Yes, he's carried way too much pace. And I think he is going to have to at least redress that position, which we can see him doing, because he can't really make an overtake in that manner. I mean, you just can't make an overtake off track, but Vermaak, yeah, given the position back, it's not the easiest position to give back either, so FSR will be back up to 16th position. Larama, Larama 15th, Mickelson will stay in 17th position with Vermaak back now in 16th. Up at the front, we've got Arsenio and Morgan. Still very close with Laconisi in the background. He's got Kleber, as we saw. A big gap there. Mazda Motorsport, while racing were looking very quick a couple of laps ago, and it's now Mazda Motorsport in the McLaren that are looking good. Out of Ascari, not sure why that keeps flickering. My apologies if that's affecting the video quality. There seems to be a lot of flickering at my end, apologies. But we'll crack on. And there we go, he's cracking on and going around the outside of Parabolica. Oh, that's maybe just a bit too much of a livery. That's not that yellow marker there on the right, that is where you can abuse those track limits. Not sure that white line's the one you want to go over, but Mazda Motorsport making the most of the slipstream on the way out of Parabolica. Is it going to be enough? It does look like it is. They're going to go side by side into turn number 1. Both cars having a bit of a wiggle there on the straight, a bit of a wiggle on the brakes as well, and he's made his way through. He's kept it between the Mayo and the Mustard. Good control there from Lindstrom, and that is Mazda Motorsport up to 7th position. So good start by them. CDTB for a good start as well, up to 3rd place and all over the back of 2nd. And it's no surprise really when you consider, just look at that extra steering. That's not what you want to be doing to your tyres this early, can confirm. 65 minutes, it is a short enough stint in these cars, but you don't want to push your luck too much on the tyres. The McLaren really is on the edge there for the Turn 1 sim racing car. They've got that thing tuned to within an inch of its life, and Morgan might get that close to the end of his wrists as well, the way that thing is kicking back. Hopefully he's not on a direct drive that's turned up too high. Through Ascari. Oh, he's a little bit early on the accelerator there, and you can see he's just out on that outside curb and very nearly went over the other side of it though. Vermeulen having a great start to the race, and the rest of the pack were pretty close to him, but he's kept his head down. He's not succumbed to the pressure being applied by behind, and he's got himself a 2-second gap with the 3 drivers directly competing for that race win. All directly compete with themselves across the start-finish line. With 5 laps in, Vermeulen's taken the fastest lap of the race in the opening exchanges. Unsurprisingly, his view at the minute completely unfettered by any other car on the track. You can see just how much of a lead he's carving out at the moment through Blissono. Wow, he really is getting a phenomenal exit out of turn number 1. He's completely losing the cars there in Blissono. It says 1.9 seconds there. I don't believe that will be the case when we get through the next time in Delta. I think that will be up. It is 2 seconds. Mailer still defending from Arsenio, still defending from Morgan. Team VPR no longer defending against Track Limits United, who themselves don't have Wild Racing Team behind them, while still trying to get the position retaken from Mazia Motorsports. Further down the field, actually, we saw African Thunder make themselves a slight off-track excursion in turn 1 and make up a position, but the CDTV team certainly look to be taking that back. And in fact, no, my apologies, the BMW has retaken 15th. He is back up to 15th because we saw him redress the position and give it back to Larama, and now he has retaken that one. Clearly done it legally this time because he has stayed in front. You'll definitely have picked up a track warning for that one as well. The Grandpas looking good at the minute. They've got Imran for FSR right behind them. Just ahead of them, my apologies, with Tabers for Sim Racing Team Lowlands engaged in this battle as well. Just an update, Kondratenko for Media Family Moscow, 21st position. He has taken a pit stop, as we saw, got that damage repaired. He's just taken 20th position. No, he's not. He has just unlapped himself. Oh, it's Van Lees out. Oh yeah, so 8th place. So he's unlapping himself against 8th and 9th here as Vallejo involved in that one as well. Because there we can see Booth Evandro alternate, the Mercedes driver. Oh, and he's been given a gift here. There's been a whole concertina effect through turn number 1. And it's Booth that has benefited. Vallejo's going to find himself with a Mercedes-sized headache heading into the second chicane. And I'm finding myself a camera headache at the minute. Let's see what happens on the brakes. Here is the huge nose of the Mercedes. Oh, and that's contact into the braking zone with the Ferrari. We saw the ducts on the top of the wheel arches there. A bit of contact on the way in. Both drivers do survive, but it is Booth that takes the position. Vallejo now in 10th place with Grace for the French connection, well within striking distance at the minute as well. So from the second chicane to Ascari, it's going to be a pretty uncomfortable drive for Vallejo. One position down and one McLaren hunting them down now. Larama still looking to get that position retaken from Vermaak, the BMW driver. Getting the move done. Oh, that's deep by the Ferrari. He's made a mistake there. He's cost him a lot of momentum, and the McLaren has had to hold up there and very cautiously make their way through Ascari. That's given the Mercedes a phenomenal gap after a very close battle there. Didn't expect that to go on for a bit longer, but that concertina effect really slowed down the Ferrari and slowed down the McLaren as well. Flaminio is now going to get very close. It says he's 2.3 seconds down. I don't believe that's going to be the case when they cross the line after what we just saw. 1.2 seconds. He is right back in the hunt into turn number 1. It's going to be all kinds of fun. We can see Vallejo getting very close to the Mercedes under the braking, as you would expect. Flaminio gets a very good turn 1 as well. He'll be keen to catch right back up. He has been gifted the opportunity. Some good slipstream from the cars ahead here. He does not want to let that pass by. We'll see Larama trying to make an overtake. Mikkelsen and Kulikov still involved in a battle. Tabers is now in 17th position. The Lamborghini taking a couple of spots and getting a very good exit out of turn number 1. A very good exit, in fact. He is out of here. So let's see what's happening with Morgan. Still chasing Arsenio for that final podium position. It's playing right into the hands of Mailer then. He's 2.9 down on the race leader, but he's 1.7 up on Arsenio and the battling Morgan. In fact, if we jump on there and there, we can get some gratuitous spoiler cameras. tutto regolare sino a questo momento. Hopefully that wasn't too bad. Will Friedman in the chat. No crash in turn 1, lap 1. What a miracle. No, my friend. It's FRL. Very, very, very nice driving by the driver so far. He's out with the slipstream early there. That is a cautious move rather than an overtake attempt, of course. He wants to get out with the slipstream to make sure the car's full aerodynamics work when you jump on the brakes, because it is all great and well being in the slipstream, but of course, as anyone that's been in the slipstream knows, the aerodynamics, they no work as well. Your tyres really do bear a whole lot of the brunt, so you cannot afford to be in the slipstream too long, and you definitely don't want to be too close going and carrying that extra pace into the next corner. Right, I'm now panicking. See, I should know better than to just read something out. So, what do we... Oh, translate to English. Everything is fine up to this moment. I like it. I like it. There we go. I think I did okay at that one as well, actually. Did I? But yeah, certainly everything is going well for quite a few of the cars up at the front. Mailer now finding real pace on the cars behind him. He's got the same gap that Vermeulen's got to him. Effectively, Morgan is doing all the chasing though to get that final podium position. We've still got a good battle with the Mercedes going on. Booth was having a great battle with Vallejo not too long ago. That one is definitely brewing once again as Vallejo gets back involved. That concertina effect cost them some time, and we saw the McLaren catch up, and it's Grace who's now dropping a bit further back, but Van Lieshout is certainly coming under pressure across the start-finish straight. And there we can see the spoiler, and there we can see the Mercedes badge, and we cannot at the moment see Vallejo, but we will very shortly. Oh no, he stayed right in line. Beautiful driving by all three into the first chicane. You can hear that Mercedes engine roaring. It is so close to the back of the McLaren at the minute. That means that everything is fine up until now. Thank you very much. Hopefully my pronunciation was fine. There we go. Oh, he thought about it. The Mercedes does have a big long nose, but you cannot be sending it from that far back, definitely. He did think about it though, couldn't quite get it done. Vallejo is now right in the slipstream himself, heading into the Lesmos. We've got Morgan, it's now 7/10 of a second down, so in fact we will stay just here for the moment, see what happens as we hear that beautiful Mercedes engine roaring. Morgan now finding himself with 0.8 of a second to make up to Arsenio. Mailer now 3.2 seconds down, so Vermeulen really is getting the foot down and flying there up at the front of the field. That is quite the gap to get already. 9 laps, it's about almost half a second a lap. Well over half a second a lap, sorry. That he's popping in over the rest of the field. Considering how close it was in qualifying, that is quite the feat. My apologies, I'm half reading 4 different chats here, the league chat as well, I think. Okay, yeah, so someone asked about the tickets. Turn 1 Sim Racing boys, doing great. Happy team manager, says Jay Brooker. Oh, and that is a big miss on the brakes there. Who was that? Was that a contact there? I missed what happened. Whatever it was, it's Vallejo. Vallejo, sorry. Is there damage on the back of the car? Oh, yep, rear splitter did get contact there. Yes, so Vallejo ejected from that battle, now behind Flaminio and Grace and Evandro. Down to 13th position, and Serov and Vermaak not too far behind. So there we go. A bit of action there, and it is the Niter Scuderia Pinga team that's find themselves ejected from this top 10 battle. They're now down in 13th position, so I'm not sure if they took a tap on the brakes on the way into turn number 1, but we certainly saw them facing the wrong way in that chicane. Definitely not what you need this early on. Still got plenty of time to make it back, but it could throw them out their stride a bit, and certainly won't help with the tyre preservation. And that's a Vandro running well wide there on the exit to Ascari. The 20 drive-throughs for speeding in the speeding in the pits. We might well see that for track limits as well, the way some of the drivers are piling over these white lines. Van Lieshout, that's what I was looking for. He is getting close once again. The Mercedes has moved over. Look at Grace moving in on this one. The Mercedes trying to move over to shake off the advancing car's slipstream, but they didn't move. Because a lot of times weaving left to right to try and catch up with the slipstream can just end up doing your tyres worse, and then just slowing you down, losing you a bit of momentum. Both stayed in a straight line despite the Mercedes attempt to shake them off. Though out with turn number 1, Booth's got a good exit. Van Lieshout and Grace left standing ever so slightly. Grace compared to Lieshout though. Could be a good... Oh, that's another mistake there by Van Lieshout, and that's going to cost him a position. Grace there perfectly positioned to pounce on that one, and Van Lieshout for the Wild Racing team. That is another position lost into the Lesmos. Grace of the French Connection is going to say thank you very much indeed. That is 9th place for them then. And Van Lieshout struggling to recover for that one through the Lesmos, and Grace. That gap is going to be up a few tenths, I would say, on the way into Ascari. You can see the gap visibly getting bigger between the two of them. So good patience there by Grace. And the French Connection benefiting massively from the racecraft there. 9th place for them, Van Lieshout and Wall Racing. And now find themselves down into 10th position. And there we go, that's what we're looking for. And that's what we're looking for. Vermeulen still holder of the purple lap and 4 seconds over the field. Arsenio still got Morgan chasing him, but closer to the 1 second mark. It was sitting around about 4 or 5 tenths for quite some time. Speaking of 4 or 5 tenths, Flaminio was getting all the cheers in the chat. Can he get an overtake across the start finish line at the end of lap number 12? He's got Van Lieshout well and truly within his sights. He has a look up the inside. It's going to be side by side surely into turn number 1. No, it's not. The Ferrari, despite the slipstream, not able to get side by side with Wild Racing there. With the Formula Italian team certainly looking quick today, so we'll see that top 10 tantalisingly close at the minute. And we'll see if Flaminio can capitalise on what seems to be a fairly wayward Van Lieshout at the moment. Certainly from the pace that we're showing in qualifying. And he's opening a few laps. A couple of mistakes within a couple of laps, and that sees him a couple of positions down and now in full defend mode from 11th position. So it could be 9th to 11th fairly quickly. Vermaak has been overtaken by Kulikov in the Grand Pass team. Now, Team Werder's Original, as I like to call them, they do have some damage on the front of the Ferrari. A bit of separation between the bonnet and the front bumper. That's not what they need. That front grille looking ever so slightly loose. So yeah, that won't be aerodynamically sound, but Vermaak is behind them and actually under pressure from Mickelson, the FSR1 car. Having a look now, is he going to be quick enough to try something before Ascari, or is he going to have to wait until Parabolica? He's certainly got the car. No, he's not got the car alongside. That was just the angle we were viewing it as the BMW comfortably into Ascari first, but was comfortably over those entry curves. Really unsettled on the way out. This is surely a perfect moment for Mickelson to pounce. He's got a long runway to Parabolica. Can he use the slipstream, or is the BMW going to outgun him again? He is, despite the wayward use of the curves there. Vermaak will still hold on. to 18th position, and Mickelson couldn't hold on to the back of the car. Sorry, I was completely stunned into silence there. Answers on a postcard. I have no idea what just happened there. Did his wheels lock up? Did he have a technical issue with his wheel and pedals? Temporarily freezing? I don't understand what happened there. Yeah, the FSR1 car was looking very good there indeed. Yeah, there's something going on with Mickelson's car. He's just completely missed the first chicane as well. His teammate ran ahead of him with a Mac. Now up to 18th position. Yeah, a bit of a bizarre one. If anyone in the chat happens to know, then yeah, give us a shout and let us know what happened there with FSR. A strange one. Right in the heat of the battle as well, the positions there to be taken. Vermeulen, he's just battling with himself up at the front. Morgan within a second. Let's go Larama, who is CDTB, of course. CDTB. Even just getting the consonants out for the acronym is, well, it's not an acronym because it's not a word. But the abbreviation, my apologies. I'm falling over that one. But yeah, there is Larama there. We're still going to watch, though, Vallejo, Evandro and Van Lieshout. Van Lieshout now down to 11th position. And that is a trend that could be continuing as we see Vallejo looking to make amends for the earlier off-track excursion. Heavy on the brakes, past the Mercedes very easily indeed. Easily got his nose in front. And that is the most bizarre contact. The back of the car got a tap and the front of the car spun out on him. And that is Vallejo on the receiving end of a contact again, and it's Evandro that's given him a bit of a spin there, so that could well be a penalty being handed out. But yeah, just to confirm as well, a couple of the drivers have been asking it is you need to raise a ticket in Discord if there is an incident. And yeah, the steering team will look post-race, of course, if there isn't anything that can be done during the race. Timmy Dorham, FSR2 got hit by 369 in turn 1. Ah, they've got damage, right, okay. Alright, so they're carrying a bit of damage, yeah, because it did seem like the back of the car just let go, went full Ailsa from Frozen there. Zero grip on the back, it was, yeah, quite bizarre. And then, yeah, contact there from the Mercedes for Vallejo, sees them drop down as well. In fact, where has, yeah, down to 15th position for Vallejo. We're still watching the battle for the final podium position. It looked like it was trending in Arsenio's favour, but Morgan didn't quite get that memo. The turn 1 sim racing car started in 5th up to 4th. They've got an 8-second gap, 9 seconds effectively, back to Team VPR. So they can certainly concentrate on the car ahead absolutely fully. We can get some onboard shots. Wow. That's a fair amount of steering we have to be putting in on the straights. The McLaren's definitely living on the edge. But they're also living on the edge of Arsenio's rear spoiler. So phenomenal battle is about to ensue between these two. We've seen, as we saw a few laps ago, Arsenio, oh, and he's just run wide. He's put 2 wheels on the gravel, trying to kick up a bit of a smoke screen to the McLaren behind him. Hasn't quelled his pace or Morgan's, thankfully, but yeah, Arsenio was making a bit of a breakaway from Morgan. Morgan now certainly reeling him back in at a exponential pace at the minute. GL in the chat, let's go Arsenio, cheering on the Ferrari of CDTB. Lupin question. Oh, that is look at all, wow. See, this is the difference between the drivers like myself, who hide behind the microphone and judge people far better than myself while they're on track, and the real eSport drivers. If you want to talk about eSport setups, it just looks to me like that is a full eSport setup. That car is so loose at the moment. There's so much extra steering going in. And I don't think he's on a joypad either, because the steering isn't quite violent enough for that. He is just really struggling to hold on to the front of the car. Or is he on a joypad? Is that why the steering input that is like that? Or is he just really struggling to hold on to the front of the car through Blassono? Because that would be bizarre. Into the second chicane though, he's really giving Arsenio a run for his money at the minute. The CDTB team looking to hold on to the third place they gained in the opening 2 laps. But Morgan really is not up for letting this one go. We've got Imran come in for FSR2, so that's their first pit stop. Oh, and he's done it again, only this time he has magnified the issue by 2. It's Arsenio who's put 4 wheels on the gravel out of the Lesmos. On the previous lap he had 2 wheels on there. This lap he put 4 wheels out there, and that is 2 more wheels than Morgan needed to see. And what he now sees is a 3 next to his position. Turn 1 sim racing now, 2 cars in the top 3. They will be delighted at the minute. Morgan is on a wheel. Trust me, it's all under control, says Ed Sterling. Thank you very much, Ed. So it is just an esports, just a full esports setup. And if anyone is curious, basically an esports setup is like driving the car on ice, but still managing to extract endless amounts of pace and tyre life out of it. It completely mystifies me, which is why I have lots of microphones. Evandro, we've got African Thunder coming in the pits as well. Now, I should have mentioned that, but there's been too much action. I did wonder if we would see a shorter opening stint from some of the teams. I think 32 minutes is a bit early, but with a 65-minute stint timer, there's certainly up to 5 minutes or close to 5 minutes on the hour that you can save towards your final stint. 28 might be too long. Sorry, 32 might be pushing their luck, and if you do full 65-minute stints, you've got a 35-minute stint left at the end, so that could be pushing it. David Jr., CDTB, you are saying correctly, mate, in English. Thank you very much. Actually, I should probably... What does Cantino Dadi Boletti T? I can't get the T for some reason. Cantino da Tibalete. Da Tibalete. Da Tibalete. Da Tibalete. Yeah, for some reason the T will not function. But I think by now everyone knows who I mean. But yeah, David Jr., welcome in to the chat. Thank you for jumping in. Let's see how Arsenio's getting on. In fact, let's get some helicam shots so we can see the outside of the car. We're 18 laps in. Let's get a look at Turn 1 Sim Racing's lead car. We've seen plenty of action with Morgan behind the wheel. We've not seen much with Vermeulen, because he defended what he needed to defend for the opening 2 laps, and then he looked over his shoulder, he said goodbye to the rest of the field, and here he is, off trucking into the distance. 6.9 seconds ahead of Libre Esport at the minute. The sister car in 3rd place, with CDTB in 4th, Team VPR in 5th. The Audi up to 6th position. I was expecting a bit of a better start from them, but in that car, but still a solid start to be taking positions in the opening exchanges. Definitely can't complain at that. Maggia Motorsport, Evandro, the French connection, all inside the top 10. So too is Flaminio for Formula Italian. Evandro now down to 11th and could be 12th as Van Lieshout looks to remove into turn number 1. Doesn't get it done, so we'll go back to the race leader so that at least get some camera time during the race, because that was Wall Racing that we saw there in 12th. Screw Ups are in 13th with the Niter Scuderia team 14th position. They are all over the back of the Screw Ups crew at the moment. Oh, that one tickled the throat a bit. They're all over the back of the Screw Ups crew at the moment. Given the pace of the 2 drivers in quali, you would think that's going to be a when rather than if overtake situation brewing there. Larama for CDTB, he is in 15th place with Sim Racing Team Lowlands in the Lambo, up to 16th. We've still got Andres Kulikov behind the wheel for the Grandpa's team in the Ferrari 17th. Media Family Moscow, FSR African Thunder and FSR2 sitting 18th through to 21st at the moment. All four of those cars have had trips into the pits, and Mickelson is about to have another one for FSR as we see a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. He does let the race leaders through, but that's drive-through number 1 for speeding in the pit lane there. Oh, it's a Portuguese restaurant. Nice. Cantino da Tavolete. Nice. Oh, well, there we go then. If anyone does find themselves in Evora in Portugal, drop in, grab yourself a meal. I'm sure the food is phenomenal. And yeah, good to see they're either sponsoring the team or the cafe owner, restaurant owner, sorry, is a racer. How cool would that be? Chef by day, although esports. Ah, okay, so there is GT Sports and GT7 in Portugal. Got ya. I'm not too up to date with the Gran Turismo 7 teams these days. I did do a bit of league racing in Gran Turismo Sport. Portugal is a nice place. I've heard nothing but good things, I'm going to be honest. We have Mr. Death, so Nelson Pinto does a fair bit of racing now and again. He used to race quite a lot actually, but he's yeah, a bit busy with work and fatherhood. He's recently been treated to fatherhood. But yeah, so yeah, I know a couple of Portuguese drivers. Definitely a nice country you'd love to go and visit. We would certainly certainly warmer than the weather we've got. Is it snowing? Not quite. Vermeulen, it's definitely not snowing in Monza. We are, well, we're 37 minutes into this one. We've had a good bit of action so far. We're going to see the drivers start to settle in and look to come to the end of their stint. Certainly the drivers up at the front will be looking to try and close the gap on Vermeulen. Good luck with that one. Oh, Arsenio having a bit of a connection spike there. Hopefully that settles down. Actually, maybe getting ready to do a driver swap, because that is 35 minutes reached in breach. So yeah, we could see a couple of teams pop in for a pit stop roundabout now, so they don't have the shorter stint at the end of the race. But it's often the case, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, so best to just maximise those stint timers early on in the race. And then, yeah, see what happens towards the end, especially with the track conditions not likely to change much over the next 25 minutes, so no point in rushing it in. Arsenio is about to lap African Thunder, who have been in to take a pit stop, so they'll blue flag past there very quickly indeed. Vermeulen's already put a lap up on quite a few of the cars so far. Well, 4 in fact. It's Media Family Moscow that are ahead of them. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them take the purple lap at some stage in the race. They've had a bit of a ropey start, but they're certainly on the comeback trail. Came in at the end of lap number 1 or 2 to get themselves some damage repaired from a lap 1 incident. So yeah, they had to come into the pits, get themselves some damage repaired, but back out and running. 8 hours is a long time, plenty of time to make this up. Let's have a look and see Larama then. He's involved in a bit of an overtake joust at the minute. He's got the screw-up screw and Niter's Scuderia, who can confirm did get the overtake done, and the Niter Scuderia car takes a void in action. Clean up on aisle Parabolica please, as Serov and Larama both go through, and that is Vallejo losing out on 2 positions instantly, and it could be the screw-up crew that loses another position here along the start-finish straight. It's the Ferrari of Larama that goes to the outside line, so he's going off the outside on the way into turn 1. You see how far back Vallejo is there, and he's got the outside line. He's with it. Wow. Serov managing to get through the chicane, but he couldn't get out of the chicane, and that's going to cost him a couple of positions. Surely Larama makes his way through. Vallejo isn't going to get close enough to this one though. Oh, it wasn't Vallejo, it was a blue flag. My apologies, there's a lot going on there. There's a blue flag involved in that as well. But yeah, Larama, confirmation he is past Serov for the screw-ups crew. Tabers is the car down the road. Flaminio, oh yeah, I'm not giving that one a go. Sorry, Alessandro. Actually, I can't help myself. Flaminio ha messo un rasetto al culo. Boom. What have we got here? We've got, yeah, Vallejo we were watching. He has, while racing ahead of him, the screw-ups crew have been handily overtaken there by Larama. That's put CDTV's Academy car up to second position. Kulikov is not where we're looking for. We're looking for Tabers. Sim Racing Lowlands. GL, keep it up. Larama indeed. Great race so far. Vallejo ahead and closing down while racing. Where is J Missile 46? There is no team called J Missile 46, and there we go. Van Lieshout into the pits after 41 minutes. So, just goes to show you what I know. So yeah, one of the teams going for that shorter first stint. And it is While Racing coming in 48 minutes in, so we'll see where they come back out compared to Media Family Moscow. They were in getting damage repaired, so there could well still be a fairly sizable gap for them to make up. Oh, we've got a yellow flag through Ascari. None of the race leaders, thankfully. Oh, it was Grace for the French connection just having a bit of a moment, I think. Yeah, Larama's still running fine as well, so it wasn't 89. There is Van Lieshout coming out of the pits. Where is... Oh, still in the back straight heading into Parabolica. So yeah, still a sizable gap for Media Family Moscow to make up to the cars ahead after getting that damage repair. But there's Van Lieshout being released. Okay, so not quite that sizable actually. Media Family Moscow, they're going to have to get creative with the rest of their pit strategies, that is for sure. But he is, yeah, certainly very close. That's just going to be coming into the first chicane any time now. CDTV Esports Academy, 2 of the 3 drivers doing their first ever race in ACC. Wow. I have seen that a couple of times. I've seen there's, yeah, it's good to see more people still coming over to ACC. It's, yeah, definitely a bit of a step up from your Gran Turismo 7s and Forzas and things. No shade on those, very good learning apparatus. That's Gran Turismo 7 and Sport, great places to learn things like strategy, pit stops and stuff. But certainly the level of simulation in these two, in this game, it is certainly at that next level. So a lot of concentration required. The tyres, it'll be fun to see them at the end of their stint and see how they're coping. Doing phenomenally well so far, the 2 FSR cars. We've got African Thunder, Media Family Moscow and Wild Racing Team joining them in the pits. What happens if the spectator puts the game in drive? It does, yeah. You get, unfortunately, you only get this. They haven't programmed in yet the proper spectator, and it means that we can't really control which car we go to, or the cameras. So the only thing that we've got access to in here is this camera. Oh no, this... Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, you can, but that is the problem. You can't pick which car you're going on to. There's no rhyme or reason as to which car that you're selecting. So yeah, you can get multiple cameras, sorry, but you can't actually pick what car it is Oh no. What car it is you're on, which is a pity. Hopefully they will bring the proper spectator HUD that they've the proper spectator HUD that they've got on PC. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever that they can't have it on there. To be fair, great car. Yeah. So which one? Yeah, I like it. I'm going to be honest. I'm a big fan. I've got a bit of a. Why is that stopped working? Okay, now it's my apologies. Now I've lost control of the cameras. Bear with me a second, right? So that's what happened. So I need to. There we go. Perfect. Yes, we've got control again. There we go. Luigi Deleghi, no problem at all. No problem whatsoever. Yeah, it's massively unfortunate, like I say. It would be, yeah, it would be such an improvement to get the actual tower that that you get on the PC. But until then, we'll crack on with what we have. And the driver's certainly cracking on. 45 minutes into the race. It's been a great start for Vermeulen and the team. They will be absolutely delighted, I'm sure, when it comes to the end of this stint. The gap now 8.4 seconds back to Libra. Turn 1. Still got that second car inside the top 3. Morgan now with a phenomenal gap back to the CDTB team in 4th place. 7 seconds. That's now sitting at Team VPR. Still in 5th place with Track Limits United, Maggia Motorsport, Vandre, Formula Italian team, and the French Connection, all inside the top 10. Flaminio getting himself ahead of the French Connection team for intercontinental bragging rights, I'm sure. But yeah, that 9th place, well received. We've got Vallejo, in fact, about to try and overtake on Evandro. I thought about an overtake into the first chicane, but couldn't quite make it stick. And I don't think that gap is as close as 3/10 of a second. It's not. It's 8/10 there, but Vallejo looking to make his way back up the field once again. And we're about to see some FSR on FSR action by the look of it. Mikkelsen and Dorham, I think they've just swapped positions, actually. Oh no, because Dorham came in after in the pits with a little bit of damage. But yeah, these two are very close as well. But keep an eye on Vallejo there. And Kondratenko, my apologies, we've missed that, Van. Oh, because he's spinning while racing. Into turn, and that's the first chicane. No, it's not. It's a Ascari. Wow, a Ascari is seen while racing, dropped down the order, or dropped down behind Media Family Moscow. So that is a big move, big mistake there by Van der Waal. That really is going to be costly, and that's made Media Family Moscow's life just that bit easier. They've got another car ahead that they're looking to unlap themselves ahead. It's Maggia Motorsports in 7th place. So Media Family Moscow absolutely not messing about at all. He's definitely got the pace to unlap himself. He outqualified the Maggia car and driver by quite a few tenths. So if you can get in the slipstream, I think into turn at number 1 on either the next lap or the one after, could well be. Could well be the one given the pace that he's got. So hearing voices in my head there. We've got Vermeulen leading the way still with Mailer and Morgan still on that podium. Now 7 seconds up on the CDTB team. Let's stick with Vallejo though. He's got a good look at the minute of the back of that Mercedes badge. They do have Grace ahead. So it looks like Flaminio and Grace might be losing a bit of time to these two chasers here. Yes, indeed, that battle that they're having is bringing them ever closer to the Mercs, so we're seeing a four-way battle brewing here just as we come towards the end of the first stint, which means it's going to be reignited right at the start of the next one. 15 minutes to go until the drivers would breach their stint timer. That control doesn't work on console as well. There is a way on the PC that you can actually change the race logic clock, and it will show you the driver's stint timer. It's interesting to have a look at that towards the end of the race, see who's doing what with their strategy. Valleco's strategy at the minute will purely be to get that position from the Mercedes. Oh, and he really was panicking there on the brakes. I don't think he expected to be carrying quite that much momentum, and you can see the Mercedes tears off into the distance after that one. That was pretty close there for Valleco. He's not the best luck in races in the race so far, and that bad luck looked like it was about to continue, but he does keep it out of the back of the Mercedes for the moment. And they've got Grace ahead of them. That's an interesting position. And Flaminio as well, he's right up the road now, so he really hasn't wasted any time. And we've got some of the brake markers have been smashed, not the best. Oh, the McLaren again on that curve. Oh, that's a blue flag McLaren, my apologies. That is Wild Racing Team getting out of the way. They are a lap down because of the pit, so that's the McLaren that was involved there. That was slightly confusing. Now, but there's Grace into Ascari. There is Avandro, and there is Valleco. He is still on the hunt for sure. Yeah, you can see in the rear view mirror there, so we'll jump on to... In fact, no, the rear view mirror looks okay. Yeah, you can see the blue flags in the background, the Mercedes badge once again in a parabolica is all that the driver in the Ferrari can see. He's got so much more pace on the way in. Definitely safe to say the Ferrari's a bit better than the new Ferrari, definitely a bit better than that slightly older Mercedes on the brakes. Valleco used as much of that as he can. Tried to do it on the last the turn one last lap. Wasn't quite close enough, only just got his nose up to the back of the Merc in the braking zone. The Merc this time shows up to the outside line. Can Valleco accept the invite? He cannot. The Mercedes gets through the middle section, the middle phase of the first chicane very handily indeed. Valleco has got to rebuild all over again. And it's going to be seconds out round at number 3 in the turn 1 between these two on the next lap. I think that is a fairly safe bet at this point. How long can Evandro hold him off for? He's got 12 minutes before the end of his stint. But I'm sure for most teams, as long as they reach and breach the 1 hour mark, that'll be what they'll be looking to do. There's not going to be any massive advantage, apart from maybe a bit better tyres on the final stint, or perhaps even double stint. No, 40 minutes. Not double stint in the last stint. Yeah, so you'll be trying to hold them off at least until they come into the pits. It's going to be quite the task though, as we can see Valleco not giving up on the job in hand. Through Ascari once again, he's exactly the same distance as he was on the last lap. Not only that, he has got Wild Racing's Van der Waal right in his slipstream as well, so all 3 cars will be going quicker at this point. Into Parabolica on the brakes. We can see again just how close the Ferrari manages to get. Can he hold it together through the middle phase past the apex on the exit? This is where he needs the pace. He needs to absolutely rock out of Parabolica and get onto the back of that Mercedes as quickly as possible, and I don't think he's done it quick enough. It's going to be the same situation as the previous lap. The Mercedes is going to show him that outside line. If you want the position, Mr. Senor Valleco, you're going to need to go the hard way. Oh, and the Merc has a bit of a wobble through the chicane, but manages to hold it. Has he lost any momentum on the exit? He hasn't exited as convincingly as he did on the last lap, but he does still have that 11th position. Another turn 1 under his belt, and Valleco, it's very much a case of deja vu. I'd imagine if you were signed up to the Coach Dave Delta and you looked at the telemetry from these two cars and over these two laps, their laps would be identical lap after lap, because it is the same song and dance that the two of them are going through. They spend the whole, Vallejo spends the lap building, Evandro defends turn 1, and it's absolutely job done. But yeah, thank you again to Coach Dave Delta, the sponsors of the series. You can experience seamless setup management, and it is seamless. It even cleans up in the background. So all the files and stuff it uses. Oh, and that's a big moment by Vallejo through Ascari. Maybe spending too much time concentrating on what was coming in turn number 1 again. Ascari has caught him out. That is a big moment there, and that is going to be a huge gap between the two of them, considering what we've seen so far with the other Evandro car, the Mercedes, the alternate car. Booth, who is ahead, comes into the pits. Only 55 minutes on the race clock, so for me that is a bit of an early stop. If you're going to get that close to the hour mark, then you'd be just as well reaching and breaching the hour, you would think, at this stage. But yeah, certainly coming in. It's maybe something to do with the team, but that's the team's other car then. Up to 11th as Booth makes their first pit stop. Vermeulen still lapping very comfortably indeed up at the front. He looks very tidy there. No one coming close to the fastest lap at the minute. He's got that one all to himself, much like the track at the minute. Now that the cars are starting to pit, not too much traffic ahead of him. Sim Racing Team Lowlands in 15th place is the car ahead of him at the moment. They're just pulling in to the Segundo Variante as Vermeulen is coming through Blissono. 7 hours 3 minutes left, so that's 57 minutes left of the race. That means there's 8.5 minutes left of the stint timer on the Team Lowlands car and on Vermeulen. So he may well catch up before the pits, but certainly that'll be the most he has to worry about. Not too many cars ahead of him at the minute at all. Mailer still in second for lead, but turn 1 still got the two cars up in the top 3, and CDTV looking very good still in 4th. VPR and Track Limits United both up positions with the pit stops coming in and out. Evandro is out of the pits. It's Hobbs who is behind the wheel, and they're about a third of a lap ahead of Kondratenko in the Media Family Moscow. As we see Larama coming into the pits again, just short of the hour mark. This will be their first pit stop as well. Stint timer will be cleared. Vallejo again right on the back of Evandro Endurance car, the Mercedes, really getting very little respite at the minute from the Ferrari. The Knight of Scuderia car has certainly been up and down the order and is looking for more up before the stint timer runs out. It is getting a bit closer. We've seen that Evandro can definitely defend and has done pretty impressively so far. Another 7 minutes of the same should see them coming at the pits inside the top 10. Sim Racing Team Lowlands, they've come in, so that now gives the race leaders completely clear track ahead of them to continue on with the rest of their stint, even though it's only got 6 minutes left. I'm sure that's a nice little turn of events there. Yeah, they have got a lot of track ahead of them that's free. There is Larama back out of the pits, and let's see where he is compared to Evandro. Evandro's already through turn 2. Media Family Moscow are behind, so CDTB have maintained their spot ahead. And I can only apologise, I have not switched my notifications off. There we go. And there we go. Yeah, so the pit stops worked out well for Evandro. It's Luis who is out for CDTV, the Academy car. through the second chicane. That's the Audi in 6th just behind them, so you can see the pit stops really mixing up the field now. The set-off for the screw-ups crew, they've come into the pits. Vallejo still trying to find his way past this Mercedes of Evandro. Once again, they get very close into turn number 1, and once again, the Mercedes fends them off, and there's the race leader in the pits. The race leader is into the pits then. 33 laps in, that's only just on the hour mark, so they're looking like they're running 1 hour. None of the... At the moment, I'm surprised by that, to be fair. I did expect them to go over the hour mark and start banking a couple of minutes, because they're in on 7, so they could have come in at 7:03, another 2 laps. Yeah, I mean, that's almost even at 3 minutes. 3 minutes a pit stop, or 3 minutes saved on your stint timer. It's going to be about 18 minutes, 20 minutes come the end of the race. Vermeulen is in second. Libre Esport have stayed out. Turn 1 second car have stayed out as well. In fact, everyone else in the top 10 has stayed out. In fact, Flaminio, sorry, 8th place, just coming in the pits now. Wow, big wiggle on the Ferrari there through Parabolica. That was quite the moment, and yeah, into the pits. Vermeulen back out of the pits in 4th position. No, that position is going to tumble, so we'll get confirmation of where that is as soon as we see more cars coming into the pits. Evandro managed to do it. Look how close Vallejo is coming into the pits. Evandro in and Vallejo in. Kulikov just coming to Ascari. I'm thinking that Kulikov's going to come in as well. That's a bit of damage there, and that is over the hour mark now, so definitely a good time to come in. Lasting to the hour. Quite the phenomenal feat. It's Caruana that is out for turn 1 sim racing. So a car that came in from the lead, and Kulikov has stayed out. The Grandpas have stayed out. Vermaak back into the pits. That is a second stop for the African Thunder team, and that's going to put them in a battle with FSR pretty quickly, it seems. In fact, FSR are going to sail on past there. It's going to put them in a battle. No, Mickelson's come into the pits, so no battle there with African Thunder. Mickelson in the pits for FSR. Dorham out and up to 20th position. Mailer has come into the pits, so has Morgan. Arsenio has stayed out. Kleber has stayed out. We've got the Mercedes of Evandro out of the pits, well ahead of the Niter Scuderia then, so a much bigger gap, a much quicker pit stop by Evandro. CDTV now lead the race. Arsenio behind the wheel. He's got 2.5 minutes to enjoy some lead lap time. There's Mailer on his way out of the pits. Where is Caruano? Oh, and that's close, in fact. Caruano into turn number 1. Mailer. Okay, sorry, he's still in the pit exit lane there. The gap was sitting about 8.8 seconds, I believe, when they came into the pit. So we'll see what it is on exit. Morgan is back out as well. So turn 1 should once again have 2 cars in the top 3 when the first round of pit stops irons themselves out. There is Mailer, there is Caruano. Let's get some more camera time. 7.6 is Zamperlini that's out behind the wheel of Libre Esports. 7.6 seconds, so the gap is down, so they've gained about a second through the pit stops, which is not too bad. Certainly better than losing time. Well, we will see how much pace these 2 drivers have versus one another, because that again, not again, sorry, it's the first time I've brought this up. The difference in pace between teammates can certainly make races absolutely grandstand. So we'll see how the drivers coming out compared to the ones that have just gone in. Certainly Caruano, Zamperlini and Sterling all out for the first stint in the race. Lindstrom's just handed the wheel over to Brahms as well. Kulikov for the Grandpas, they've come in to the pits. Fancelli for Italian Team Racing, Formula Italian Team, sorry. They're now chasing down Evandro's alternate Mercedes. So yeah, Evandro not getting much respite in that 10th spot. Certainly a hot commodity at the minute. We've got Chavez Fonseca's come out for Niter's Scuderia. Kalinina is out for the Scoops. Kondratenko's still out. Chamo out for Evandro, in fact, in their endurance car, the number 101. Boucher is out for African Thunder, and Als is out for FSR. Backhaus is out for Sim Racing Team Lowlands as well. As we can see, we can't see the overtake because of the telemetry tower, but that is the Ferrari of Fancelli making easy work of Evandro's alternate car there in the Merc, and Fancelli up to 9th position. So Flamini certainly handing the car over. Leaving it in very good hands. An early overtake out of the pits for Fancelli. Formula Italian team up to 9th position once again. They've got the French Connection car ahead of them. Let's see how Grace's pace does against Fancelli. It is Caruano who's up at the front, and I'll tell you, his pace compared to Zamperlini certainly seems to be in Zamperlini's favour. That gap now down to 6 seconds. They do have some back markers to get through as well. That's Chavez Fonseca. I say back markers, that's Chavez Fonseca and the Niter Scuderia car. They were battling for well inside the top 10 at the start of the race. Certainly not the case at the moment. Pedro M is in the chat. Good afternoon. I hope everyone is doing well. I certainly am doing well. And I hope you are too. The chat has been absolutely buzzing. We've seen some great action out on track so far, and we're going to see plenty more with what seems to be a swing in the pace of some of the drivers for some of the team. Caruano at the minute, he's maybe just getting his tyres up to temperature, although he did take his pit stop before Zamperlini. It does look like Zamperlini is closing that gap. So we'll see if we can do so. In fact, Sterling as well for Turn 1 Sim Racing. We'll need to keep an eye there because Sterling in third. See what his pace is like. Oh, and that is one of the FSR cars facing the wrong way. Was that one of the FSR cars? Oh no, it's African Thunder are now facing the wrong way as well. Wow, so African Thunder facing the wrong way. I'm glad to hear it. I'm okay, thank you. Excellent, good stuff, Pedro. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you to everyone as well that's hit subscribe and hit the thumbs up on the Formula Racing League YouTube channel, providing racing coverage of R Factor 2, ACC, on Twitch and on YouTube, and it is the Niter Scuderia car. If it wasn't for bad luck, they wouldn't have any luck at all in this race. So we're only an hour and 8 minutes in. That is a big hit that they've taken, and that is a lot of separation. Can confirm that is not aerodynamically sound. They're going to crawl back into the pits. More driver swaps through the team. Track limits united. I've got Brinkhoff behind the wheel, Team VPR. I've got Negri behind the wheel. It looks like the pace in these two cars has certainly switched as the track limits car coming under serious pressure as they sail past that battered and forlorn Ferrari there. Absolutely sad to see. Yorkshire Mick, good afternoon. How we doing? Hopefully slightly warmer at least in Yorkshire than it is up here in Scotland. Hope you're enjoying the racing so far. We certainly are. Negri and Brinkhoff are about to provide us with some more Turn 1 Monza action as Negri just gets that done very easily there. I don't think the Audi put up too much defence. Negri certainly the quicker of the two, and that is a good overtake move to get them back up to 15th position. It's Luis who's out for the CDTB Academy car, and again another driver that looks to have the pace on the one in front. It's Hobbs out for a Vandro alternate in their Mercedes, and he's either run wide or he's just given up that position again. It didn't look like much of a battle was put up to defend that. I could be wrong though, it might have just been a mistake under pressure into Parabolica, but certainly Luis not feeling the pressure as they go absolutely side by side along the start finish straight. They're going to go, they've just made contact on a straight. I did mention at the start, let's not do that. Just as they got to the braking zone, there was a bit of contact there into turn number one. Both cars do thankfully survive at CDTB Academy up to 10th, and Evandro alternate in 11th position. Brinkhoff with Track Limits United, sorry, that got a bit confusing there for a second because it flashed on the screen, but it is Brinkhoff still in 6th, Team VPR. Great surprise, Negri, Team VPR, says Andrea. Thank you very much for tuning in and cheering on. I'm sure Negri will be more than happy to see people cheering on in the chat. And Zamperlini, look at the pace that he has got. He's now got that gap down to 3.2 seconds, over half what that gap was when they came out of the pits, and he is going much quicker than Sterling as well, because that gap there has increased, although Sterling is going quicker at the moment. I believe they're Caruana, so this is going to be a phenomenal stint for at least two of these cars. Luca Flaminio, you have had a lot of cheering on in the chat. That was a very good stint, and your teammate Fancelli, as soon as he got behind the wheel, got the overtake done. He's now up to 9th position. In fact, that's 2 overtakes he's got done. Yeah, up to 9th position there. So yeah, a great stint by yourself, and a good start to your teammates. But yeah, thank you for tuning in to the broadcast as well. Good to see everyone in. Grande Flamin says Marco Alessandro Galliano, saying well done, Luca. Yeah, 100%. Let's see. I'm just looking at the gap here, the ever diminishing gap between Zamperlini and Caruana. Zamperlini really is moving in that Ferrari. We're seeing the top order now, almost effectively what we saw at the start. 2 Ferraris, a McLaren, and then a Ferrari, then a McLaren. But it is Brinkhoff in the Mercedes. That's an Audi badge, Mr. Commentator. It's not often people call me Mr. either. But yeah, he's got the Audi up a couple of positions. It was 3 straight McLarens after that 4th place Ferrari. But Track Limits United certainly putting paid to the McLaren dominance in those positions. Up to 6th place. Some pretty even gaps as well. CDTB with Evandro Endurance and Evandro's alternate. All separated by 2 seconds, with Waal racing not far down the road. Van der Waal showing some good pace at the start of his stint as well, but he did pit a bit earlier than all 3 of those cars, so we'll see if he is able to catch up there. Bashir has righted the African Thunder BMW. Sorry, stopped in the tracks there, so it'll come up on the screen. Where was he looking for? The BMW. Bashir, yeah, he's managed to right the BMW after sort of spinning the wrong way in Ascari. He's now a couple of laps down and separating the 2 FSR drivers, who are in 19th and 21st. Up at the front, Caruana is 1.2 seconds ahead of Zamperlini. And at this pace, the gap between Zamperlini and Caruana is going to be a lot bigger going into the pits and in Zamperlini's favour than it was going in at the end of stint number 1. Sterling as well is closing slightly, moving a bit quicker than Caruano. He was about 14 seconds behind first place when the Turn 1 Sim Racing GB car came in. It now appears at about 11 seconds. It's just gone back up to 12, so it's hovering about that area. But certainly Caruano is going to be feeling the pressure pretty soon, and at this pace I don't think it's going to take Zamperlini long to get the overtake done once he does get to within striking distance out of the Lesmos, lap number 40, and it is Libre Esport and Turn 1 Sim Racing EU that are about to provide a battle for the lead of the race. We've got the Grandpas, the Screw Up Crews and the Media Family Moscow as well involved in quite the battle at the minute. And again, I don't think this will be a battle that will take too long, certainly for Media Moscow. In fact, they've already got both overtakes done. Yep, they're way past the Screw Ups too. Yep, so Media Family Moscow quickly carving their way back through the field. They've got the Grandpas ahead of them now. CDTB looking to get an overtake done to get inside the top 10 once again. Zamperlini within half a second. Is it going to be done as quickly as this? Along the start-finish straight, he's in the slipstream. Is he going to be close enough to pop out on the way into turn 1? He's looking for the inside line. He was showed the outside line. He decided to take the inside line. Not close enough this time around. Oh, and it's a mistake. Caruano's made a mistake into turn number 1. And that's given Zamperlini the lead. It looked like Caruano had done all the defensive duties that he needed to do into the first chicane, but it is a change of the lead, and now we're in 16 minutes in. As Luca is saying in the chat, there is still a long way to go, but that way to the win just got that little bit shorter for Libre Esport and the team. Zamperlini gifted P1. It's hard to say gifted considering how quickly he closed the gap on the race leader, but certainly it was the mistake by Caruano that handed him the lead after he attempted the move into turn 1. Nothing doing there. Zamperlini in the lead, turn 1, and now second and third. And that has cost Sterling, it's cost Caruano a bit of time to Sterling as well, obviously. So we'll just keep an eye and see what that says. Not quite getting an update at the minute. We should get one any second. There we go. So it's still sitting at 11.2 seconds. 12 seconds, sorry. My apologies. Terrible maths on the fly there. Let's see how CDTV's Academy car's getting on. They've got Fancelli ahead of them. Fancelli with a great overtake when he got out of the pits. He's now going to have to show some of his defensive chops because that is Luis behind them for the CDTP car. And through Blassono, there is definitely a blast on with the Ferrari exhaust pipes, that's for sure. Takes the inside line into the braking zone. Luis just holds his line through the Secondo Variante, and that's a very good exit by Luis. He's really going to put him under pressure into the Lesmos, and that pressure is going to yield a position. Or is it on the exit to the Lesmos? We could see Fancelli coming straight back up. He's certainly going to be close on the back straight. Good to see two Ferraris managing to make the exit of Ascari without finding wheels on the gravel. And yeah, they've survived into Ascari as CDTB up to 9th Formula Italian team at 10th position. It's Chamo for Evandro's endurance car. The two Evandro cars, in fact, 11th and 12th with Val Racing. Quite a few seconds down the road, but Van der Waal, the back of that car there. That back left tyre not looking massively impressed at the entrance speed there, but he did manage to hold it. Fancelli, can he hold on to the slipstream of Luis? It would be extremely handy if he could. It would definitely help the two of them. Grace for the French connection, and no man's land in a minute in 8th with Brahms out for Mazda Motorsport in 7th, much in the same position. Not able to match pace with the drivers ahead, but not really getting caught by the drivers behind. That's not fun. Oh, so that's Hobbs going past another. Oh, that bit of netcode there. The car wasn't actually crabbing across. Oh, bear with me a second. I've been disconnected from the server. My apologies. Must be my internet. Give me a second. I will very quickly rejoin as fast as my little fingers will carry me. It's round number 1 of the Coach Dave Delta PS5 Endurance GT3 2024. Experience seamless setup management with Dave. With Delta, I was going to say with Dave. That's the Coach Dave Academy, of course. Experience seamless setup management with Delta. Might even get a seamless sponsor read as well. Perfect for a set of Corsa Competizione and iRacing players looking to optimise their performance. So make sure you get over to the Coach Dave Academy website, get yourself signed up to Delta, and get yourself a grip on the exactly what's going on in your race car. And you never know, it could be the difference between tenths or even seconds out on track. I am very quickly just joining now. So yeah, apologies for the slight interruption. We will return. There we go, to our regularly scheduled broadcast without the use of cameras, it would appear. So let me do. There we go. F1 Italian Jensen says, hi all, Forza FIT. Marco in the chat welcoming that. I think I was not the only person that was removed from the server there, unfortunately. It looks like there's been a bit of lag spike there, and myself, Knight of Scuderia, and Evandro Endurance have been disconnected. They've both made it back in. We still do have 21 cars out on track. They still do have a bit of a yellow connection. Evandro stopping and going. Hopefully they can continue on with their race. Caruano, the turn 1 sim race in second and third at the minute. The number 41 Ferrari. We've got live picture. The number 41 Ferrari, still the fastest car on track, but you get the feeling that's a title that's going to be going the way of Zamperlini pretty soon. The track temperatures are down. He will be carrying a full stint's worth of fuel, so it's going to be towards the end of the stint. You would think he's going to take that, but I would see that purple lap going his way sooner rather than later. He's already got a 6-second gap back to second place, which is quite the feat when we saw how much of a lead the Turn 1 Sim Racing team took into the pits. It was a dominant performance in stint 1. Still got a couple of cars seem to be having minor connection issues. Shamo is back out on track for Evandro, so too Niter's Scuderia. Let me just see if there's any update as we continue to watch the race leader put in some incredibly quick laps. Hey, GR Sim Racing, how we doing? Raven's beautiful Scottish voice with my coffee. Hopefully it doesn't curdle the milk. But welcome in, I hope you're enjoying. So I'm just having a quick update through, we had a couple of teams, including myself, disconnected from the server, so I was just triple checking that everything is okay. It does say that the CPU is running well within limits, latency 49, 27 millisecond ping, so certainly we should be okay. But yeah, Chamo and the Evandro Endurance team, they seem to be having some issues. Getting out the pits, much like I'm having some issues. Getting my words out at the moment, it would appear. An hour and a half into this one, we're going to have more pit stops coming in about 30 minutes' time. 35 minutes' time as the drivers adhere to that 65-minute stint timer. We have lost a car. It is a Mercedes. It's one of the Evandro cars. They were stuck in the pits. It seems, and unable to make their way out. Oh, but they've come back in again. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. We're an hour and a half in though. It's Liberty Esport leading the way. Turn 1 sim racing. I've got second and third with Cantino de Tabellete. Oh my goodness. My apologies, CDTB. I should just remember my place and stick with the abbreviation. We've got Team VPR in 5th, Track Limits United in 6th, with Maja Motorsport, the French Connection, and CDTB's Academy Car, 7th, 8th, and 9th position. Formula Italian team inside the top 10. Enzo will be happy. Evandros do still have their alternate car in 11th place while racing. I've got 12th, the Sim Racing Team Lowlands in 13th, Media Family Moscow in 14th position, the Grandpas in 15th, with the Screw Ups crew in 16th position, FSR second car, in 17th, with African Thunder in 18th place, and it is FSR's number 1 car in 19th, Niters Scuderia. We're disconnected from the server. They have rejoined. They are in 25th position. Has added insult to injury, and it's put them 45 laps down, which is savage. Yeah, one of the teams has had an issue. A cable has come loose and it's caused the no force feedback in the wheel. Whether it's racing in real life or sim racing, technical gremlins will creep up, and so too will dogs pulling cables out of wheels. So yeah, an unfortunate one there for a couple of teams. Evandro losing a car to the disconnection as well. So yeah, loads going on in the opening exchanges. We have, let me just what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a very quick pit stop myself. I didn't realise it's not for 2 hours we've been going. Yeah, there's slight delays. What I will do is I will leave us on Zamperlina. We've got no auto camera, so I'm very quickly going to pour myself a very quick drink and have my own very quick pit stop. And yeah, back with you in a moment. Go on, I'm on mute as well. Matthias Zola looking for some shots of Team VPR's car. There we go. They're currently doing well, 5th position, back ahead of the Track Limits United. But yeah, there is Negri there for Team VPR. And yeah, thank you for the please as well. And you'd be amazed how often people seem to forget that to pop into a sentence. But yeah, there is Negri there. You are more than welcome. More than welcome. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of them as well in the race. Like I say, top 5 position at the moment. FSR did get a stop go, 30 seconds. I'm not sure if that was for pit lane violation or for... Oh, it wouldn't be for track limits. It would need to be for pit lane violation. It would need to be for a pit lane violation. So it is as it was before I disappeared there for my little pit stop. It's still Libre Esports leading the way. Not quite cracked the fastest lap as yet. The track conditions are certainly improving, slightly 1 degree down. So yeah, as he gets a bit less fuel in that car, expected to go his way. Turn 1 Sim Racing 2nd and 3rd at the moment. They started the race with 2 cars in the top 5. Now got 2 in the top 3. Not bad at all. Massa out for CDTV in 4th place, as we just saw. Negri there in 5th for Team VPR. The only Audi in the race, currently in 6th at the hands of Brinkhoff for Track Limits United. Mazda Motorsport in 7th. We've got the French connection Cantinho Dati Belletti, who are in 9th place. Their Academy car Fancelli for Formula Italian team. Rounding out the top 10 at the minute. And then Van der Waal for Waal Racing. They're back up to 11th after the pit stops, with Hobbs out behind the wheel of the Mercedes for a Van der Waal's alternate car, their main car. Main endurance car, unfortunately disconnecting from the server. Backhouse is out for Sim Racing Team Lowlands there. Lambo up to 13th with Media Family Moscow down in 14th position. They started right up in the front 2 rows, but dropped down the order after an incident right at the start. Back up to 14th position. No Grandpas and Screw Up Crews 15th and 16th as African Thunder are now ahead of both of the FSR cars. Car 2 in 18th, Car 1 in 19th, and of course the Niters Scuderia, the other car that were disconnected from the server. They have managed to rejoin, but they have been put 45 laps down. And unfortunately, not much can be done to change that. Which is a pity. I know a couple of the drivers were asking in the chat. But yeah, no manipulation of a live, not really much you can do to manipulate a live server on ACC on console at the minute. Again, hopefully another thing that they bring to the table for console drivers, along with the actual broadcast overlay, which would be a great start considering how much broadcasting gets done on ACC, but that's just a bugbear of my own. Zamperlini still up at the front, a solid team lineup and a solid opening stint. Saw them coming at the pits 8 seconds down on Turn 1 Sim Racer. Turn 1 Sim Racing, Zamperlini has very, very, very quickly turned that one around. Caruano is a fair bit down the road. That is a enormous gap that's being formed up at the front. And not only that, I did think that Sterling was a little bit quicker than Caruano at the minute. It looks like that is a whole lot quicker. The gap between those two when they came out the pits was sitting about 12 seconds. It's in fact 14 seconds. It's now sitting at 2.5. So Caruano could be down 2 podium positions in one stint here if this keeps up. Won't see any team orders come into play though. I seriously doubt it. These two, I'm sure, will be released to go racing. The two of them just coming through that first chicane. 3.5 seconds there. So Caruano answering back there with a full second up on Sterling, just out that last sector there. So either Caruano had an absolute world day, or Sterling made a little bit of a mistake there. It didn't look like Sterling made too many errors through Parabolica at that point. Still got one of the drivers having difficulty with these, the technical side of things. No such troubles for Caruano. Does look like a bit of damage on the front there. I don't think there is. Hopefully not. The Zampolini car, the Libra car, looking absolutely pristine. Mazda Motorsports are finding good pace. Brinkov's Audi in the opening laps made, the opening stint, the opening laps made up positions back down one. And that may well extend to 2 before the end of the stint, because Brams in the Mazda Motorsport McLaren is closing that gap very handily. That's another 4 tenths through Sector 1. We'll see what happens into Sector 2. Yeah, so we'll see what we can do through the Lesmos. Right out on the green AstroTurf there, no fear whatsoever. Just clipping that inside curb on the exit to Lesmo. Number 2. So we'll see if we can do it on the exit to Ascari. He's going to be close enough in Parabolica to hunt him down. 1.2 seconds, so another 2 tenths there. Yep, the Audi is definitely going to be feeling that pressure very, very soon indeed. In fact, let's get a rear spoiler shot of this. Yeah, get a good look at what is going on. You can see just how much Brams is closing there for Mazda. Caruano then, 32 seconds down on Zamperlini. Wow. That is some incredible pace from the Ferrari driver up at the front. Really is putting the rest of the field to the sword at the minute. It's an incredible bunch of laps he's putting in at the minute. So there we go. Sorry, still some issues going on in the background, trying to keep the track on multiple different facets here. Brinkhoff in the Audi is what we're definitely keeping a close eye on, though, because Mazda is down another 4 tenths of a second. It does effectively mean, if you do the math, this time next lap, the McLaren could well be in front through Ascari, though much tidier this time by the Audi. They've got 13.5 seconds to make up to Negri ahead. He will be making hay while the sun shines and extending this gap. If these two spend too long battling, the McLaren certainly not going to be an easy overtake, but at the minute got the pace, another 4 tenths, so it is bang on 4 tenths per sector that Brams is making up. And through Ascari, that didn't sound like a whole lot of grip from the Audi. I think this is going to be done before we even get to turn 1. As you see the McLaren on the exit to Parabolica, right up on that rear spoiler, all of the slipstream. The Audi stays on the left hand side. He's going to show the McLaren the inside. Oh, I was guaranteeing he was going to be close enough into turn number 1, but he's not. He is just behind, keeps it out of the slipstream, keeps it on the brake, gets his way through the first chicane on the exit. He is the quicker of the two. Bit of a middle line making there by the Audi. Not the best. Brinkhoff making up yet again. 4 tenths of a second in that sector. If he does that now, he's going to put him 2.5 tenths in the lead. So we'll see what kind of defending the Audi can do at the moment. Oh, through the second chicane again. The McLaren is so much quicker through these low speed corners. It's got to be a case of when rather than if that Brams gets this overtake done. The Audi could pull off a miracle and defend. I'm saying a miracle, he's only got about 15 minutes left to go. That is definitely a much longer period of time when you're doing all this defending. They're onto the back straight out with the Lesmos. They're heading towards the Scari. The McLaren looking to get the jump on the Audi, but as soon as they get into the higher gears again, it's the Audi that manages to stretch its legs and keep that position. But again, and he's lost it. He's lost it. There was no contact there. I don't believe there was contact there. They were gone side by side. I think the Audi just stepped out. It's not the best car. Although that's not really a low-speed corner in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, whatever. Let's not get lost in that train of thought. Let's just acknowledge the fact that Mazda Motorsport have got themselves up to 6th position then. A great drive by Brahms. Really put Brinkhoff to the sword. As I say, 4/10 per sector. He was pulling on the Audi. That's them up to 6th. Does Negri need to be looking over his shoulder now? And will we see any of these drivers that are coming out, that are out now, coming back out to do a second stint? I think Zamperlini, for me, I would be putting him back behind the wheel to do a second stint. He is carving out an enormous gap up at the front. Really giving his teammates the best possible chance at the minute, because it's over 40 seconds of a gap. Oh, and that's definitely damage. Caruano's definitely carrying damage. He's got a back marker Ferrari behind him. He's got his teammate McLaren behind him. So it's going to be an interesting few laps until he comes into the pits. That is the Ferrari getting quickly out of the way. That's Kalinina. Moved over very quickly there when he saw the quicker cars coming. It's Sterling through as well. So Sterling's lost 6/10. But his McLaren looks absolutely pristine. Caruano's definitely does not. Zamperlini, his Ferrari is looking everything that you would want. Absolute factory fresh, completely planted on the track. A couple of little netcode glitches there. Hopefully, again, that's not affecting the visual quality of the stream. Couple of little connection pings there. Hopefully everything stays okay. If you are ever going to race on ACC, can strongly recommend an Ethernet cable. Wi-Fi not the best for online gaming. But at the moment, all is stable. It certainly is up at the front. No fastest lap yet for Zamperlini. I'm quite surprised by that. But it does give us an interesting prospect. Vermeulen, obviously, we saw leading the way, taking that 9-second lead. Caruano took the wheel and Zamperlini took the lead. But Zamperlini hasn't taken the fastest lap yet, which means theoretically, or no theoretically, at the minute, Vermeulen is still the faster of the two drivers. So it's going to be interesting which team flinches first in making the decision on who goes into the car next. 6 hours of racing might seem like a long time, but that can very quickly get away from you if the seconds start stacking up. And they are certainly stacking in the favour of Libra at the minute. Turn 1 are about to cross the start-finish line, and in fact Caruano has found a bit of pace on that last lap. He's extended the gap to Sterling, almost doubled it in fact. And he crosses the line, and for some reason we don't get a live update. Because it's over a sector apart. Because they're over a sector apart. Again, another one of the slight downfalls in the broadcasting capabilities, or even just the telemetry tracking capabilities. Let's face it, we'd like to know the gap between first and second. It is over a sector. In fact, no, we won't even get, there we go. I was going to see if we can get some sector times for the cars there, but no. So yeah, it's 100 seconds, so it's about a 35 to 40 second gap that they've got there. And Caruano, as I say, he is finding some pace still. So too are Wild Racing. It's Van Lieshout that is back out behind the wheel. We saw them take a pit stop 4 laps ago. So they're on a different pit strategy at the minute. Of course, a couple of teams having to come in to get damage repaired. We've had a couple of teams coming in pretty early as well. Nobody really stayed out, was close to the hour and 5. A couple of teams stayed out, but not many teams got to within a minute or two of the 65-minute allowed stint. Most of them looking for around about the hour mark. A trend that will probably continue at least until it gets a bit later and it gets dark. Local time at the track at the minute, I believe I can find it if we... 4 PM local time. So the track's certainly not going to get any warmer. The racing definitely is though as well. Racing looking for a move into the second chicane over the Grand Pas in the Ferrari. Nothing doing at the moment, but for me this is another when rather than if type overtake. They've actually got African Thunder ahead of them, about to go another lap down. Van Lieshout though. Ooh, and that's quite the exit from Lesmo 1 there for the Ferrari. Andrea, I have to go now. Catch you later. Thank you very much for tuning in. Hopefully you can tune in. There's another 6 hours of racing to go. I'll be here for about another hour, and then it will be Luke Taylor and Sarah Hockey that will be taking over. The inimitable F1 podcasting duo have thankfully turned their talents to ACC commentary. So yeah, they will be bringing home the closing stages of the race. There has been a bit of a slight delay, so they're going to be on slightly longer than they thought they were. But I'm sure they won't mind with the racing that we are being treated to. As you can see, Van Lieshout not able to get the move done on Glinken at the moment. They've definitely caught. They do have the African Thunder BMW ahead of them. He is under blue flags at the minute. There we go, let's both car. Oh, and the Ferrari has really made a mess of that. Oh, and there's been contact. There's been contact there. That is while racing, they've made contact with African Thunder. Cameraman, thank you. They went through turn number 1. Thank you, cameraman. Oh, and Kalinina's ended up off track as well. Kalinina behind has ended up off track as well, but that's through Ascari. Wow, so a couple of drivers made a mistake. The track temperature has dropped to 23, but it's only down a degree or two, so you don't imagine that would be too much of a factor. Yeah, while racing the 15th position. More battles brewing up in the top 5. It's Massa for the CDTB team. When you overthink it, you should always just go with your first reaction. That's the FSR cars. They're just making their way past. It might even be the Niter Scuderia car. The car that had to rejoin. They are 44 laps down, so they have actually made back a lap. At least since they got back in. Another few of those certainly make that a bit more. Put that a bit more in their favour. They're certainly deserving of the race finish. After making their way back into the server. Massa looking to make his way back inside the top 5. It's Team VPR who have gazumped them for the moment. Negri has got a bit of time to make up to Sterling ahead. Sterling has found some time again versus Caruano, so it is very much swings and roundabouts between those two. The gap never really getting below a second, but never really getting above 2.8 it's been back up to since they exited the pits. Zamperlini is 43 seconds ahead and putting even more time on the rest of the field, despite making his way past blue flags as well. He is barely skipping a beat as we skip across the start finish line. 62 laps into this one. We've got 4 tenths separating 4th and 5th into turn number 1. That 410's just got a whole lot smaller in the braking zone. But on the exit, it's the Ferrari with some rear lateral motion on those tyres, and it's the McLaren that gets the escape. So we'll definitely lift the fight another lap in P4, you would think, as we see Evandro, their alternate car, the only car they've got still in the race, their main endurance car, unfortunately disconnected, but that is Hobbs into the pit. Just about in keeping with their original time. VinnyTube, greetings to the commentator, who will have to talk for 8 hours. Go Negri. Good afternoon, Vinny. Yes, it is good afternoon, even though it looks like Armageddon. I mean evening out my window. Yeah, no, I will not be. Actually, yeah, because I'm doing another race after this. But yeah, I won't be here myself. We will have 2 phenomenal broadcasters taking over. Midnight ISO, Luke Taylor and Sarah Hockey. They'll be joining in. Yeah, trying to keep up with the chat. There's a couple of drivers I think they're going to get running again, hopefully. But yeah, we're watching this battle here. Sterling and Caruano, oh, they're down to 6/10. Battle for the podium and battle for 4th place. How close are they through Blassono? Not very. Let's see how close these guys are into turn number 1. Massa just looking to get out with the slipstream, get some aerodynamics out of the car. That's an FSR car just getting themselves out of the way. Made a slight mistake in the brakes there. Certainly did that as neatly as possible. There is 3/10 there. There's Sterling closing in on Caruano once again. It's the Mercedes of Evandro that finds themselves just out of the pits and just ahead of a battle for podium positions. It's Booth who is behind the wheel. Moves over to the left along Saraglio and into Ascari. Finds himself right smack in the middle. Not long left on these stints. It was Caruano who was the first car to come into the pits out of the top 3 as well. So there you would think going to be the first car back in. Sterling and Zamperlini both pitted on the same lap, so they should theoretically have that extra lap of fuel, but we'll see how the teams respond. Given the current pace differential at the moment, you would think that Zamperlini is coming back out in the car, Sterling is coming back out in the car, Caruano might hand the wheel over to somebody a bit quicker to get them back in contention for the race lead, because they are losing time hand over fist. And Team Evandro have made it back in. Their main endurance cars made it back in. They're back in the server. There's going to be quite a few laps down. But they are back in to race. As we see Cantino make a pit stop as well. Nope, they're gone again. Oh, the back of the McLaren there, Negri. That car trying its very best to kill him there. He did manage to curtail its murderous intentions. Sim Racing Team Lowlands coming into pits. It is pit season once again, folks. So strap up. We're currently at 2 drive-through penalties for speeding in the pit lane. That was through phase 1 of the pits. That means we are not quite on target to reach the 20 predicted in the chat, but we're certainly going to be close. So we'll see how many of the drivers fall foul of that line and fall foul of the old it's already in second gear. It's already in first gear, pop it in the second, bang, speed in the pit lane. Oh, Caruano, is he going to come into the pits on this lap? He's certainly under pressure from his teammate. I don't imagine there's team orders between the two of them, but I imagine the racing will be extra respectful. Let's face it, you don't want to do a Haas, a team Haas at the start of an endurance race. and have your two cars making contact and sending them out. The McLaren of Sterling definitely looking the quicker of the two as he goes to the inside line, across the start-finish line, into the first chicane. It's Caruano absolutely banged to right. Sterling's got this one again. Uber respectful racing as you would expect. No team orders in play as such, but certainly teammates, you do like to see them interacting so cleanly with one another. Caruano might be in the fastest car, might be losing podium positions here, but certainly not going to do anything crazy to endanger his or anyone else's race, let alone a teammate. So great to see, although the Ferrari coming straight back at him in turn 2. Oh, sorry, not turn 2, chicane 2, Blasone is. Turn 2, of course, much like the Andretti hairpin at Laguna Seca is turn 2. Thank you, Dr. Nailbender. Oh, through the Lesmos in the background, the Mercedes getting a wee bit of gravel on the way in there as well, just turning in. That little bit eager late, no, oh yeah, no, the Ferrari did again. What is it with the Ferraris at the minute on the exit to Lesmo 2? They really do seem to be finding the tarmac under their tyres more often than not, and certainly that was the case there for Turn 1 Sims EU car into Ascari. Sterling now just that bit further ahead. So we get some gratuitous spoiler cam. There is Chavez Fonseca coming in the pits for the Niters Scuderia team. And that will be their first pit stop since rejoining, hence the marker disappearing. I think we've just had someone else join the server. Nope. Oh yeah, the Evandro Endurance. And they've only been put 22 laps down. Wow. That's quite handy. I mean, it's obviously not ideal, but it's certainly a lot better than being 66 laps down. So yeah, hopefully they can come out and get some laps. They'll still bring home points, which will definitely count towards the season. It is a long season. Of course, with 10 races, I said 11 at the start of the year, sorry, at the start of the broadcast, sorry, it is 10 races. Donington, Valencia, Suzuka, then a double header in the same day, 3 hours at Oulton and 3 hours of Snetterton. After that, it's the Nordschleife. Then we do kindly think of the drivers after that. It's Watkins Glen, Zolder, Laguna Seca and Kyalami to close out the series. But yeah, that is quite the triple header in the middle of the calendar. Suzuka, Oulton, Snetterton on the same day, 3 hours of each, and then the Nordschleife. And that is a surprise to me because Zamperlini has come into the pits. He's come in before Caruano, who was the first car into the pits at the end of stint 1. Look at the gap he's got though. Zamperlini only just about to lose the lead as the car drops and is rolling again. Caruano does come into the pits. It's Sterling that stays out. Will he take the lead of the race? Yes, Sterling will lead the race. Zamperlini though will be back out in second position. We'll just wait and confirm it is Zamperlini behind the wheel of the car. Negri is still in the final corner, so too is Massa, Brahms and Brinkhoff. For Mazda track limits a bit further down. Van Lieshout is this car here, looking to get past the Grandpas that we just jumped on board with. There's Massa into the pits, Caruano into the pits as we saw, Sterling into the lead, Zamperlini back out of the pits in second place. That is an incredible drive. No one is touching these top 3 at the minute. They're going to need to get some serious laps and consistency put in over the piece to get caught up to these teams ahead. It is quite the drive they're putting in at the moment. Amaya is out for Libra Esports. So yeah, you'd have to wait till they get through at least one sector line before we get official confirmation of who's actually behind the wheel. There is turn 1 out the pits. Cantino da Tiboletti in back out the pit. They're in the pits, sorry. Turn 1 Sim Racing are out of the pits. Evandro and Endurance are still in the pits. They will have to wait 2 minutes in the pits once they rejoin, but it does feel that that was longer than 2 minutes ago that they did make their move into the server. Let's see what Sterling does with the pits. No pit stop for Sterling. So yeah, some kind of strategy going on there with that one. So we'll see just how much longer they do stay out for. It's Mulnix who is out for turn 1 sim racing, and he is instantly in a battle with Fancelli, a Formula Italian team who has battled his way in front. So Mulnix out of the pits on fresh tyres, no doubt. Fancelli with his well warmed up, and he is ahead. The timing tower will update in a moment, but Formula Italian team are ahead of turn 1's EU car. There's the EU car there. There's Fancelli already into Ascari. There is confirmation. Van Lieshout still trying to get past Glinken in the Grandpa's Ferrari. So the Grandpa's certainly not moving at an OAP pace at the minute, that is for sure. They've got Van Lieshout all over the back of them. They're putting in a solid defensive stint at the minute to hold on to 12th. How much longer can they hold on to it for? Van Lieshout is not messing about at this point in time. Let's watch them go into Parabolica. Oh, and the Ferrari has run very, very deep, and he's had a big wiggle there. He's almost completely lost the car, and that is while racing with a very easy overtake indeed. And in fact, it's not that easy. You can only just see the rear wheel. He's definitely got the pace, so he's moving over to get as much room into turn number 1 as he can. The Ferrari, though, got more pace towards the braking zone. Oh, and they've made contact, and that is surely going to be the death of one. No, it's not. Wow, that contact looked fairly solid there. My apologies for jumping to conclusions. They do both survive, and it's while racing that jump up to 12th position at the expense of the Grandpas. Karpovic is out for Media Family Moscow. They're 11th position. So they've had a great comeback drive. Fancelli into the pits. Sterling into the pits as well. Amaya back into the lead for Libra Esports. Magia Motorsports still out. Let's see where turn 1 sim racing are at the moment. Their EU car is just heading towards Ascari. So this could be a fairly sizable gap. Oh, and there's number 3. Stop go, 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Sterling on his way out. Where is Mulnix? Wow, Mulnix is still in the Parabolica. So whatever has ailed the Turn 1 Sim Racing's EU team, that has been compounded through the pit stop phase. Sterling now out for the GB car and comfortably in second position. Amaya even more comfortably in the lead of the race, it has to be said. That gap now much closer to a minute than the 40 seconds we saw when they came into the pits. And it's Deleg. Oh no. There was someone with a very similar Luigi Deleg. I wonder, yes, I'm going to hazard a guess that that is the same Luigi that was in chat. And he has been handed the gift of a stop-go 30-second penalty from his teammate, or he's been handed the car in first gear and popped it into second. But that is going to be another trip into the pits, and that is going to be a painful one. That's going to certainly help the Media Family Moscow, who are on that comeback drive. And after Deleg takes that pit stop for the penalty, that's going to put them back up into the top 10. I'll tell you, it's just as well Amaya has got himself this big gap up at the front. Yeah, it's Luca that's out for Turbo Sim Racing GB. Mulnick's out for the EU car. Track Limits United and the Audi currently running in second place, but they will be into the pits very, very, very shortly. In fact, might even be on this lap. Yes, indeed it is. So we'll see where they come back out. Certainly won't be comparable with the race leaders. Grace is back out for a Stencil. 2 is Lankanisi for Team VPR. These two are about to engage in a battle. This is why you've got to love endurance racing. Yeah, the battles that just appear and reappear and disappear, and another one appears. With all the different pace and talent that you've seen through the teams. Klassen is out for African Thunder. And now I've asked this before, if A Klassen is any relation to M Klassen, because Martin is very quick. But yeah, the way the battles form and dissipate and then reform again with different drivers, different cars. Just looking for the control there. Brinkov, their Audi back out. Mass is definitely through. Grace, oh wow, so the Audi's about to get involved right in this battle. In fact, there goes Grace there, so Brinkhoff and Track Limits, they've lost a couple of positions there for sure. Back out behind 8th place, they were up in 5th or 6th position at one point. This now finds them ahead of Larama. Yeah, 8th position then, confirmation there with Team VPR. And Grace ahead, there is the leg coming in. He's going to serve that stop go 30-second pit stop. Evandro for Evandro Endurance. They're still, oh no, now they're moving. There we go. Hopefully they can have yeah, no connection issues till the end of the race, and they can actually get to the end. It's only put them 26 laps down, which is a lot, but nowhere near as much as it could have been for them rejoining as late as they did. The night of Scuderia might not be too impressed. They were 45 laps down when they rejoined before. So yeah, Vandro and the team definitely getting a bit of luck there when they've rejoined. And yeah, I'd imagine they can make back a lap or two. They've certainly shown some good top 10 pace. Amaya's showing some phenomenal pace up at the front, that gap. Definitely not getting any shorter at the minute. Mulnick's still maintaining the turn 1 dominance of the podium positions. They've got 2nd and 3rd. Amaya for Libra with that top spot. CDTB in 4th, Maya Motorsport in 5th. Team VPR with the French connection and Track Limits United 6th, 7th and 8th. After those pit stops, Larama in 9th and Karpovich for Media Family Moscow. They are up to 10th place. They will be pitting completely out of sync with the rest of the cars though, so we'll see what their long-term strategy is. While racing, they're in 11th. Formula Italian team, after the stop go 30-second penalty, find themselves back in 12th place. Booth in 13th for Evandro's alternate car. Sim Racing Team Lowlands see De Jong behind the wheel of Lambo. He's in 14th. Zediev for the Grandpas in 15th with the Screw Ups crew in the pit in 16th position. FSR, second car. I've got 17th with African Thunder in 18th. FSR car 1 in 19th. Evandro Endurance car in 20th position. And the Niters Scuderia Pinga car, their Ferrari quite a few laps down, still 21st position. And we'll be bringing home some points. There is Karpovich. I did say the Media Family Moscow car was fairly out of kilter with the rest of the field as far as their pit stop goes. That's only a couple of laps after the race leaders. Let's see where they are when they come back out. We've got VPR getting some shouts in the chat. So while racing are through, Formula Italian team might not get past here. It's going to be not very close in fact. That's the Media Family Moscow released. Oh no, the Italian team, they are moving very quickly indeed. In fact, it is going to be very close, and it's going to be in the favour of the Ferrari. So Media Family Moscow down to 12th position after taking their pit stop, and they've picked up a stop, go 32nd. That'll be number 4. So far, pit phase 1 brought us 2. And pit phase 2 has brought us 2. And one of the serious pace contenders and championship contenders, if we're being honest, find themselves with a stop-go 30-second penalty. So that's going to put them back down the order. They're going to need a serious second half of this race if they are going to make another impression on that top 10. Look, that's 6th place ahead of them, so it's Team VPR just ahead of them in fact, and they're clearly matching them for pace at the minute. So it just goes to show you the pace that they've got, but even at the top, the slightest mistake can really be costly, and that is definitely costly. To make it back up from 21st, 10th, effectively 12th after the pit stops. And that's him in 13th as Evandro's alternate car's gone through as well. Oh no, they are still running. Evandro is through as well. No, so that's just an overtake on the back straight then that we missed. I was watching the French Connection and Team VPR battle, which is brewing. They're just making their way into Parabolic as well. Absolutely nose to tail, as we've seen multiple times so far in this race in that corner. And we're going to see it all over again into turn 1. It's McLaren versus McLaren. Can Team VPR hold off the French Connection's advances? There is a blue flag there as well. I'm sure Team VPR will be hoping for a bit of slipstream from them. That's one of the FSR cars. There's Karpovic comes in to serve that penalty. Yep, so he's in serving the penalty. Grace is looking to serve up an overtake on Lacanisi at the minute. And we do have, yep, another FSR car very quickly getting away. That's exactly how that is done. Beautiful stuff from the back marker. Grace and Lacanisi can now continue. Karpovic still stationary in the pits, or still in the pits at least. Is he stationary? No, he's had some back on his way out now. And yeah, a couple of cars he's going to need to re-overtake, although a few of them are down the field. We'll wait on the timing tower to fully update once he's been through a couple of sectors. Will Friedman, nice race from Morgan Gray, started P13, now almost P6. Yeah, the French Connection, McLaren's done a really good race. Grace has been, yeah, definitely been the right place at the right time a couple of times as well, just patiently lapping behind cars ahead. I'm sure early doors there was a bit of contact, got that double position and then fended off all comers. And at the minute is really giving Lacanisi a run for their money. It's Team VPR versus the French Connection. They're into turn 1 once again. Amaya is still miles ahead of the rest of the field, quite frankly. A full lap up already. Or not a full lap up, almost a full lap up on Luca for turn 1 sim race. And the turn 1, still the dominant team on the podium though, with 2nd and 3rd place. I will hope our alien Thomas Bellarmine will cut. Have you guys got Thomas Bellarmine in the car? Wow. Yeah, Thomas is quick. Very, very quick. Absolutely no slouch. If you are enjoying the race as well, by the way, please do feel free to share the link on your social medias. I'm going to do something very similar as well. Yeah, so there we go. Get more eyes on the drivers and the racing. Amaya, we've barely had any eyes on Amaya up at the front. Again, it's quite the gap. Sorry. Oh yeah, well listen, these things happen. These things, to be fair, it's not really a massive inconvenience to me. It just means I miss some of the racing. But yeah, it's Luke and Sarah. They'll be on a little bit longer than they thought, but I'm sure they won't mind. These things do happen. Yeah, honestly, yeah, that is, yeah, the server issues are just unfortunately part and parcel of broadcasting on YouTube. I sometimes feel it's our broadcasters' fault, like the fact that as soon as we try and broadcast a race, the servers will start having issues. You know, I've seen leagues that have race after race after race that are absolutely fine. And as soon as someone with no driving talent hiding behind a microphone wants to jump in and talk about it, the servers just go, nah, not today. But yeah, no, honestly, mate, all good. These things happen. But yeah, well done on getting it sorted nice and quick. Because yeah, sometimes these things can really drag on a bit and take quite a while to get sorted. But yeah, no messing about by the admins. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Speaking of beautifully done, Mazda Motorsport, they're getting moves done. We saw them get the move on Lankanisi. That is a big gap that they've put there. Grace closing in still on Lankanisi, but certainly Mazda Motorsport are closing in on CDTB. Their full esports car currently running in 4th position. So spectator mode, one of the I don't have access to onboard cameras. I can get this camera, or this camera from the driver's selection. You can get helicam though, so, and trackside, which is good. So yeah, so basically F1 is not working, but F3 and F6 do. They really do. A couple of the viewers were asking as well, like, they really need to sort out being able to pick the car. It would be so much better. Yeah, it would be so much better to be able to have it looking like this, but you just can't pick the car you want. Unfortunately. It just jumps about the field, which is annoying. You can't. So, yeah. But yeah, we've got the, we get this, we get the full tower, we get the team names, and yeah, we get the cameras. At least you got the keyboard. Yes. Oh yeah, yeah. Of course I use a keyboard. Of course I use a keyboard. I know it's not coming through at the moment. I think I maybe pushed my luck a bit with the broadcast. And forgot to turn it back up, but we're actually at the minute. Yeah, never. But yeah, we're actually using 4K HDR on the PlayStation 5. I'm not sure that's quite coming through. I think it's been throttled ever so slightly. But yeah, we do always like to make sure we get the best possible quality on the broadcast in every single facet, and that includes cameras, and that includes bringing you live coverage of the action. It's Mazda Motorsports on CDTV. I did say that Lindstrom was having an absolute flyer since he came out of the pits. He has massacred that gap between himself and the CDTV team, and he has gotten himself that position with a very solid move into turn number 1. So the positions all changing in the top 5 once again, with Lindstrom and Mazda Motorsports now up to 4th place. So that is a great drive by them. Can Massa keep with them now and get that slipstream and follow them around there? And we're going to see another gap break out here. Milnick's still in the fastest car on the track. No one has beaten that early fastest lap set by Vermeulen. So very good drive indeed by Vermeulen, especially considering the track temperature has reduced very much in favour of the drivers at the minute, with it being down to 22 degrees. Started at 25. Obviously, the closer it gets to 16 degrees, the happier the drivers are. Let's keep an eye on this though, in fact, because that was back down to 3/10 there. Oh, okay. What I will say though is, if anyone is broadcasting ACC, if you do hit drive, what you need to do is make sure you go back to your options and pick the wheel to make the keyboard work again. Ah, wow. Some of the little bugs that these computer games pick up really are. In first place at the moment is Libre Esport with Turn 1 Sim Racing in second and third. We've got Magic Motorsport in fourth. Cantino Dadita, but oh my goodness me, CDTB. I'm going to have to fly to Portugal to personally apologise to the owner of this restaurant. Team VPR in sixth with the French Connection in seventh. CDTB's Esport Academy car are in 8th place with Track Limits United, Leha behind the wheel in the Audi. They've got 9th with Wild Racing back inside the top 10. Formula Italian team out the top 10 after a stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. See them in 11th place ahead of Evandro's alternate car, their main endurance car, disconnecting from 5th place, I believe it was, 6th place. De Jong's out for Sim Racing Team Lowlands in 13th. The Grandpas are up to 14th, and Media Family Moscow back down to 15th position after they too got a stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane, meaning the FSR car 2, 16th place. The Screw Up crew there in 17th with African Thunder in 18th. FSR car 1, 19th position, and Evandro Endurance and Niters Scuderia bringing up the rear of the grid at the moment. Both of those cars though cruelly disconnected from the race server. Both have had to rejoin, and both have done so, and they will complete the race and bring home what points they can. It's a 10 round series with races as short as 3 hours. There's 2 3-hour races in one day. We've got some races as long as 9 hours. So that will be the calamity. So plenty of track time still out there for the drivers to bring home these all important points for the championship. Just looking for... Okay, so one of the drivers, wow. So as it stands, Evandro and the Evandro Endurance team, unless they can get some kind of resolution, he's going to have to do the rest of the race on his own. That's quite the thought. I know people have done 8-hour races solo. I would not recommend it. If I'm being honest, physically, it's going to take a lot out of you. Mentally, it could probably ruin you. It looks like Media Family Moscow are looking to ruin Grandpa's chances of 14th position, sorry. Hopefully he's at least left them a couple of Werther's originals to soothe the pain, but Media Family Moscow back up to 14th position. They're definitely 100 million% a team to watch going forward in the championship. They've had a tough race, but it is endurance races. These things happen, and there's plenty more endurance racing to come. So not to curse to the commentator anyone, there is obviously the possibility that these things could befall other teams as well. The championship standings could well end up on their head at the end of every single race. Amaya at the minute, no let up in the pace. Luca got no answer either. The gap is increasing. It is now at 1 minute 10 seconds. So Amaya is getting the job done. Yeah, 100% agree with that, Scouse Sim Racer. Would I be correct in assuming that that would be one Mr. White Smurf by any chance? Maybe yeah, just going over to the top. Yeah, completely agree. Sorry, reading a million different chats here as well. We've still got your teammates, if that is the Mr. White Smurf, that'll be your teammates up at the front. That was quite a drive in stint number 2 by the team there. It's put a massive, massive hurting on the rest of the field. It is a huge gap that you've got at the moment. Turn 1 Sim Racing still dominating those podium positions with that second and third. Mazda Motorsport though, we've seen the pace that Lindstrom has got. He's put the move. He's put the moves on Massa. I almost did a moves like Jagger joke, but I won't. He's put the moves on Massa, and he is 23 seconds down on Mulnix. And we've seen how quickly a gap that size can drop. There's a drive-through for track limit. Zediev for the Grandpas, the Ferrari falling foul. I'm surprised, to be fair, we haven't seen more so far. The drivers have been fairly liberal with how much adherence they're applying to the regulations with the track limits. We've seen them over the white lines quite a few times. So to only have one drive-through so far is not too bad. I'd imagine we're going to see a rush of them at the end of the race. How you doing, Smurf? Good to see you out racing, bud. It's what I was saying at the start of the broadcast. We stumbled upon you in an ACC lobby when you were absolutely annihilating the field and you'd been driving for about 2 weeks. It was exceptionally annoying. For someone like myself who had spent 2 years practicing and it was still absolute dog mess. Yeah, to see you come in with that level of talent. Incredible, yeah. But it's good to see you getting involved in these big endurance races and still plying your trade on the console. And yeah, the team looking very strong at the moment with the gap that they've got. Again, that is up to 1 minute 15 seconds, I believe it's sitting at now. There is less than a sector separating them before Amaya puts a lap up on second place. Incredible times, incredible times. Lindstrom lost a couple of tenths there through traffic. So he lost a couple of tenths there through traffic. We'll be looking to gather that. He's not lost any time though to Massa. That gap now up to 3 seconds. Zeriev will have to come in soon to take that drive-through. Mickelson out for FSR. They are 4 laps down at the moment. 2 laps down. We've got Zeriev and Ran, Serov and Klassen all still out running though. Again, we've seen how much the pace between the teams can change. And between the drivers, and that is a lot of damage on the front of that BMW. The bonnet is completely in the air. Yeah, that is not a happy race car right there. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I think we're about to see Klassen come into the pits to get that repaired. That looks like that's been a big contact with a very concrete wall. I can confirm there isn't much given concrete. And in a battle between fiberglass, or carbon fibre, sorry, fiberglass, carbon fibre and concrete, the concrete will win 110% of the time, money back guarantee. And yeah, the BMW finding that one out the hard way there. 85 laps in, though, a pristine Ferrari still leading the way. It was 2 Ferraris on the front row, but look at, same team, different car. The Turn 1 Sim Racing team up to second in that McLaren. Then it's Molnix in the Ferrari. Then it's McLaren, then Ferrari, then McLaren. CDTB and Team VPR 5th and 6th with the French connection. Still in 7th. And as Will Friedman was pointing out, great race so far to get from 13th up to 7th, and they are moving that bit quicker than Team VPR at the moment. The gap there definitely dropping, but so too with CDTV. That was at 23 seconds. It's now much lower. It was on the screen a moment ago. It will pop back up in a second or two, hopefully. 6 seconds that's now down to. And we're only halfway into a stint. That makes for some interesting times ahead. We will have... there we go, sorry, just doing some admin in the background. Just a reminder as well, in case you didn't know, we are here for the FRL PS5 Coach Dave Delta 8 Hours of Monza as part, of course, of the Endurance GT3 2024 season. The calendar mirrored on PS5 and on PC as well. A phenomenal organisation that put on an incredible amount of racing. So if you don't want to get involved in ACC, iFactor or R Racing, if you want to get involved in either of those as well, they've even got some Formula... oh no, the Formula's not there, but iRacing, R Factor 2 and the Set of Course, the Competizione on PlayStation 5 and PC. Broadcast all, of course, on YouTube. Phenomenal channel that they've got going at the moment. An incredible back catalogue of sim racing for you to enjoy once you've got yourself out on track. And if you are looking to optimise your performance out on track, Coach Dave Delta, you can experience seamless setup management with Delta. It is perfect for a set of Corsa Competizione and iRacing players who are looking to put their best foot forward out on track. So do go over to the Coach Dave Delta website and get yourself signed up, and help support yourself on track and support a company that help a lot of companies in the background bring these broadcasts to you. There's also prizes as well. The Pro and the AMS, the race-winning teams, will receive a Coach Dave Delta 1 month subscription, including setups and the Never Lift coaching course. I do think that's just a clever play on words. I don't think they're capable of teaching you to drive a racetrack without ever lifting, but I think you get the point. So yeah, go over to Coach Dave Delta. Prizes for the drivers and insight for the drivers as well. And this is, as I say, round number 1. There's 10 rounds in total. Donington, Valencia, Suzuka, Oulton Park, Snetterton, Northlife, Watkins Glen, Zolder, Laguna Seca and Kyalami will all be appearing on the calendar. An incredible amount of racing and some phenomenal teams that are taking part. We've seen a great turnaround by Libre Esports. They were down by 9 seconds an hour into the race. As we approached 3 hours into the race, they find themselves almost an entire lap up on a lap up on the entire field. Sorry, is where I was going with that one. They've got Molnix not far ahead. In fact, Molnix could be gone in the next few laps. Oh, will it be before the pit stops though? Because we are fast approaching pit season again. That has been a very quick 40 minutes that's flown by since the last lot of pits. 5 hours 19 minutes left to go. Oh yeah, do some, yeah, so the server crashed. Right, yep. Sorry, some more admin in the background. Amaya, who was it talking about? Amaya up at the front, 88 laps in. Look at, oh yeah, we're talking about the calendar and all the racing still to come. But yeah, just getting the, actually, I'm just getting the next broadcast team up to speed on a couple of things that have gone on so far, so they can come in and take over. They'll be here fairly soon, and they will bring you the second, or certainly the end of the race. Is what they'll be bringing. Not the second half. It was a slightly delayed start, but Luke and Sarah will bring you all the coverage of the closing exchanges. We're expecting some phenomenal battles towards the end. We're seeing another one here as Booth for Vandro tries to take on the Formula Italia team. Now this is the alternate car for Avandro. Their main endurance car, of course, disconnected from the server, unbelievably cruelly, it has to be said. They find themselves now 27 laps down on the leader, but their alternate team certainly holding its own just outside the top 10 and looking to get past the Formula Italian team, who themselves were at one point up in 9th position. They've lost a couple of spots since the last pit stop, but they are motoring on at the moment. Certainly that motoring on is being somewhat hindered by the defensive duties they're having to put on against Booth. Oh, both of them looking a bit sketchy through Ascari there. He's flashing his lights just to let him know that he's there. He wants to get past. I'm thinking there might be a slight bit of confusion as well as to who... Oh, my apologies. Sorry, that's leg there. That is a blue flag car directly ahead, so that isn't a battle. That's the grandpas ahead who are being blue flagged, hence the flashing lights from the Mercedes. My apologies, the leg is actually still a bit up the road. I misread that data there. Yeah, so these two cars must have been very close as they reached the back marker, and then the back marker separated from the Mercedes, making sure he's there. And I'll tell you, that is Grace in 7th, losing a bit of time as well, actually, to Cass ahead. To Laganisi ahead, sorry, that is a 10-second gap there. A bit of a ping on the server. I think that means they've got a new driver joining, so Grace... Oh, 2 wheels on the grass, what's going on there? Out of no place, 2 wheels on the grass. I've heard that can cool the tyres in iRacing. I'm not sure it works on ACC. But yeah, I think Grace is lining up for a pit stop and a driver swap pretty soon. Amaya still leading, 15 minutes at least until the next pit window. The pit strategy has changed as well. It was Mulnick's car, the 888, that came into the pits first out of the top 3 on the first round of pits. But since then, it's been Amaya and the Libra car that's been in first. Between that and the lap times that they're putting in, it's given them a phenomenal lead. But we'll see what happens at this time around. We'll see what sort of lineup changes the teams make to the drivers. Still quite a few drivers to make an appearance. Some of the teams with as many as 4. A couple of the team, 4 teams with 2 drivers. And I think there's 12 or 13 that have got 4 drivers. So still a lot of driving talent to be seen out on track for this one. And they've got 5 hours to decide the destiny of the points for this. Yeah, there is prizes still to be decided as well, so I'm not going to go into that at the moment. That will be all announced in the Discord. Make sure as well, actually, there is, I'm sure there is a link in the about, but I'm going to pop one in the chat anyway. So yeah, there is a link to the Discord page. Discord channel, sorry, Discord page is underselling the machine that goes on there. That notification's not for me. Was that a car? Oh, that was the Lamborghini of De Jong there, just getting it wrong into turn one. I'm not sure he was trying to move out the way for the faster cars or just missed his missed his brakes there, but certainly into turn one he found himself off in turn one, picking up some extra tarmac and a trip through the escape road. 13th position. He's got a long way to go to catch up to Booth. He's now got a longer way to go to catch up to the Formula Italian team. Yeah, 11th position they've got at the minute. Van Lieshout ahead of them inside the top 10, and Leia having a good drive as well. They are down 3 positions on when they came into the pits, but the Audi has had a solid stint maintaining the gap behind, not really closing in so much on Larimer. He's out for his second stint, and it's been a good stint again. Another driver putting in those consistent laps to bring the car back into the pits and get it handed back over again. Lacanisi within 4 seconds. And Team DPR really are finding pace at the minute. The French Connection drivers struggling to keep up with the pace that Lacanisi is showing ahead. That gap now into the double figures. 12.5, down a little bit there. Some slipstream from the Mercedes ahead, always gratefully appreciated. It is Booth in 12th place, so that is another blue flag situation. The Grandpas are just behind. They're currently running in 14th position. So they've certainly trended upward in the positions as well. Been a great drive so far by them. Involved in a couple of battles, and they did pick up a bit of damage early doors, but they've got that repaired. They've got themselves running nicely in 14th. There is Serov. I think they're about to make a driver swap as well. We can see the connection pinging up and down as their next driver joins in. Grace's connections settled down, which means I think the French Connection car is going to be in the pits on this lap. Let's see if I am correct. Maybe another lap or two. Around the last corner. Still getting slipstream though from the Mercedes, so why not crack on? And that's exactly what's happening. The French Connection car does stay out. Avandro's back in the pits for Avandro Endurance. Now again, there is a possibility that Avandro is going to be running this race, the rest of this race solo. Yeah, so his pit stops might be slightly longer. Hopefully he can get another teammate in, because that is a colossal effort. 5 hours 43 minutes he's going to have to do. And then maybe even an extra lap on top of that, so could well reach the 5:45, no problem whatsoever. Amaya, 92 laps into this one. There's going to be a lap up surely on the rest of the field pretty soon. That's Malnick's just been overtaken there in third. Amaya round the last corner. 2 stints ago, these two cars were nose to tail, and it was Malnick's who was doing the chasing, and he is still doing the chasing, but it is on the back of a car that is a lap up. There is Avandro coming out the pit, so we'll see if he's managed to get a driver swap. It'll need to be when he gets through the timing line for sector 1 before that will change. In fact, they are a bit separate, so let's see. We'll stay on board with the Mercedes, and we'll see if he has managed to get an extra driver into the car. Here comes the line. And no, it is still Giovanni that's out behind the wheel. While racing, they're into the pits. We saw them as one of the earlier pit stops in the previous round. It looks to be that is repeating this time around as well. While racing in Van Lieshout, that is a bit of a short stint, that feels to me, unless that's just gone a lot quicker than it feels. But yeah, Van Lieshout not out for a long time now, I don't think. I could be wrong. But certainly that's them in Track Limits United. Then they will stay in 9th place, not making any headroads on the CTB team ahead. French Connection 14 seconds there. Lucky and easy for Team VPR, though. He is definitely the car on the move. Other than Amaya for Libre Esports, I would say Team VPR, the team making the biggest moves in this particular stint of the race. Now that we're about 3 hours in, the McLaren is looking very good here indeed, and closing that gap on Massa ahead. A couple of tenths here and there, but those tenths are certainly mounting up, and now see only a second and a half separate 5th and 6th once again. This, much like 10th place, has been a fairly hotly contested position over the race so far. We'll see what type of battle brews here, or whether Massa can finish his stint and get into the pits. There is Larimer just loading in a new driver. That's got full red. Hopefully his car's okay. The picture does seem to have cleared up a bit as well, which is always nice. Hopefully that's reflected in the video that you're seeing. Okay, we open that. And Lacanisi, look at the pace he's got here, now down to 8 tenths of a second. Right, okay, there we go. And just to confirm, yeah, we are going to have Mr. Luke Taylor joining us momentarily. He's just getting himself all set. Then he will be bringing home the closing 5 hours it'll be. It was only going to be 4, but he's been treated to some extra time. And we're being treated to an overtake here out of Parabolica. Well, I've been doing that. Lacanisi has closed that gap, and through Parabolica he was absolutely nose to tail there. So no slipstream along the start-finish line, so along the start-finish stage. So this is just a straight drag race between the McLaren and the Ferrari, and the McLaren has absolutely won this one as he managed to get it stopped and rotated. He has indeed. Lacanisi for Team VPR. While we were talking about Grace potentially catching up for 6th, if he does, it's going to be Massa he's going to meet there for CDTB. I'm getting angry with myself for not being able to pronounce this one now. 7.8 seconds behind with Massa. 7.8 seconds down for Lacanisi on Lindstrom. But certainly Massa now 7 tenths down. Grace having a good drive as well. 14 seconds down. Now how much quicker than Massa is Lacanisi? That is one of the FSR cars, I believe. It was Durham there. Getting himself out of the way. De Jong picks up a stop go 32nd. That's another one we've seen for speeding violations in the pit. That is unfortunate. That's what I think we're up to about 6 now after a prediction of 20, I believe it was, in the stream. So yeah, we're certainly trending towards that number more and more. We're not even halfway in, and that's 5 or 6 so far, and they can certainly build up as fatigue sets in towards the end of the race. The race started local time 2 PM, so by the time it finishes it's going to be 10 PM, and I can assure you it will be extremely dark. The headlights will be on for the drivers to try and bring this home, so it is so easy to miss that pit line on the way in, and yeah, get yourself an extra free trip into the pit. where you can let your tyres cool down for 30 seconds, which is exactly what you need in the middle of a race, obviously. Said no race driver ever. As we see more cars coming at the pits booth in for Evandro's alternate car, African Thunder. They finally succumbed to the damage they had, and they're making their way in. That is going to be a fairly healthy repair bill on that BMW. Massa, so a little bit of net code there, but he's still running fine. Perfecto. And Grace, the French Connection car, I thought they were going to be in the lap into the pits a few laps ago, but nothing doing at the moment. Still 13 seconds down on Massa. I don't think we're going to see much of a change in that gap before the pit stops, given the time that they've been out on track at the moment. Can't change that in car. Oh, I wonder. Yeah, there might actually be a button we can map for that. There's the FSR car just getting out of the way again. Grace round Parabolica, right round Parabolica, so no pit stop this time either. Let's see what the gap to Massa is. Lacanisi already 4 seconds up on Massa. So that overtake, well and truly earned. And Grace, again, that time is back down. So Grace and the French Connection team, 12.3 seconds now to Massa. So I'm not sure if Massa lost a bit of time through traffic there. He's coming up behind Tabers in the Sim Racing Team Lowlands Lamborghini. So he'll be making his way through that traffic as well. But it's Team VPR who are moving at the minute. It's all about the next pit stops. Everyone needs to get in, get them done nice and clean. Just a quick check, quick reminder to the drivers to follow blue flag etiquette. Just getting the other competitive team all nicely loaded in, as that is obscuring the screen. There we go. JL in the chat, keep up CDTB, they certainly are. Great drive at the minute. Massa in 6th position, he has made his way past 14th Sim Racing Team Lowlands. That sounded like a stationary car just getting moving again. Evandro back into the pits. Oh, hopefully this is for a driver swap for them. Again, definitely never ever ever recommend doing 5-hour endurance race on your own, let alone 5 hours 45 minutes. Amaya 98 laps in, round the last corner. We've just reached and breached the 3-hour mark. 5 hours left, so the pit stops will be coming again pretty soon, and when we do, we'll see if there's any driver personnel changes and what kind of pace the new drivers bring, or indeed returning drivers. We've seen some big shake-ups in the order, just down to the fact that we've seen some driver swaps and some very, very, very quick pace coming off the bench, so to speak. So yeah, we'll see what the driver lineup changes bring. But yeah, those driver swaps should be, as I say, pretty soon. 4 hours 58 minutes left, so we've got probably about 12 to 18 minutes until we see the last of the drivers in for this round of pit stops. And in fact, the Vandro are still in there, so I think they're still having problems. Niter's Scuderia, they've got themselves back into the pits. Of course, one of the cars that disconnected. They're 40 laps down, but still racing. You love to see the commitment on that. Just looking for that and that's not running. But they're both in the pits at the moment. FSR have still got their two cars out on track, 16th and 19th respectively. Car 2 in the lead at the moment. The Screw Up crew is still 15th place with Sim Racing Team Lowlands. We've just seen them go a lap down to one of the top 5, but they're still 14th place overall. The Grandpas have got 13th with a Vandro's alternate car, still doing well, up in 11th position. And there is the race leader into the pits, so much for my 12-minute guesstimation there. That is a lot sooner than that. It's been less than a minute since I said that, so we'll see. Luca might get a lap back. No. I don't think turn 1 are going to get a lap back here. Amaya is that far in front. This pit stop is going to be like absolute clockwork. And there is Amaya's car back out. We'll find out once they get through the sector line. So bear with me a second, we're just having some, I'm just going to get some, a couple of things sorted out in the background to get the new broadcast team in. We'll keep an eye on the race leader and see if it is Amaya that is still behind the wheel. It's not, it's Panfili that's out. So Panfili out for a stint. Comes back in a moment. Hello. Good afternoon again, folks. Apologies for the delay in the comms. We're having a bit of an issue bringing you the second half of the race. Unfortunately, we can't get the commentary team into the server at the minute. We will hopefully reconcile that very shortly. I am on to the FRL admins. The problem is I am effectively out of time myself in about 9 minutes time, so I can only bring so much more coverage. So hopefully we will hear what's going on from the admins that will get the next commentary team in. For everyone's sake, yours and theirs, set aside the Saturday afternoon to watch some phenomenal racing, and instead just get to listen to me come up with reasons why they can't come in and play. We could keep them up to date though with everything that's been going on. We did have a bit of a server crash at the start. We had two cars drop out, Evandro and Niter's Scuderia, 20 and 21st respectively, 40 and 47 laps down. Evandro have been kicked again, and they have rejoined. Up at the front though, it's been a phenomenal battle between Libra, Turn 1 and Turn 1. The fastest car on the track now guided by Brown. Turn 1 started with two cars in the top 5, had two cars in the top 3, but the driver swaps have seen that all change. More pit stops though as Maja, Team VPR and the French Connection now behind the wheel, and some irony there because I believe that that's Will Friedman behind the wheel, and he's the admin we need for the server. So it will be at least an hour before we can get the next commentary team in. There will be a second half to the broadcast, which we will bring you as soon as we can. But I'm just going to get confirmation. If that is Will Friedman behind the wheel of the car, then, and of course because it is ACC, we will have to wait until he gets through the first time in line. But normal service has been resumed. Libra up at the front, Turn 1 Sim Racing second and third, Maja in fourth, Team VPR in fifth, the French Connection in sixth place. Track Limits United in the Audi. They've been shuffling up and down, starting at 7th, up to 5th, down to 8th, back up to 7th. It is Will Friedman behind the wheel of the car. So yeah, when I leave you, viewers, there will be a 1 hour break until the next commentary broadcast start, when we can get the commentary team into the server. I can't apologise enough to both yourselves, the viewers, and the commentators that are sitting listening to the information they've just been found out. But yeah, a bit of a server issue. We will get them in, so I'll make sure they've got plenty of caffeine to keep them going for the next hour. The saving grace is with the server start, it does mean they'll bring you about 4 hours of the race as was originally intended. So that's going to work out okay-ish. Catino da De Paletti, the team known as CDTB from now on. They've got Ferreira behind the wheel in 8th, Santos in 9th, Van der Waal for Waal Racing Team, another team that have been up and down. 10th position at the minute. Then Evandro alternate, of course, their endurance car was the one that was disconnected, but they have had a phenomenal race since, currently running in 11th, and I think they're going to get back up to 12th. Because Track Limits United have been in the pits for quite some time. They've just dropped there. That is a full service pit stop they've just gone through. It's costing them those positions though. Formula Italian team, Flaminio, with all of the viewers in the chat cheering them on. Back out behind the wheel, 12th position for him. In fact, might even be better than that because he is ahead of the Audi, I believe, unless the Audi's a lap up. Again, we'll find out when we get through the timing line for Sector 1. There is Al's. That's another penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That is the 7th that we've seen so far. The predictions in the chat were 20. The drivers are certainly looking to run it close, it seems. Al's picking up the drive through there. We've got as far as Formula Italian Racing. Track Limits back out in 12th. Formula Italian back ahead of them. And the Grandpas in 13th position. Sim Racing Team Rollins are in 14th with FSR. Their car 2 in 15th position. That's a whole lot of bogged down through that chicane there. The BMW looks like it hasn't been repaired, but I would bet folding money that it has. It's just a graphical glitch within the game. And of course, the hard luck story of the race, Media Family Moscow. Started in the front 2 rows, took contact on the first lap, held their brakes and dropped to the back of the field, made it up to 10th and then got a stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. More pit stops and another little incident has seen them now back down to 17th position. But again, these are absolute championship contenders in this 10-round endurance series, so they're going to be well worth a watch for the remaining race as well. It is Screw Up's crew. You have just seen a car disappear in the background there. Driver number 70, which isn't always the number that's on the tower, but that was a wayward car there in the backward behind the Screw Up's crew. Al's still for FSR1 in 19th. Evandro still in the pits in 20th, and it's Ampiero who is out for the Niter Scuderia car, bringing up the rear 46 laps down. But despite that disconnection, they have rejoined and they are continuing onwards. I'm just going to have a quick look. Okay, so nothing on there at the moment, I'm afraid. Go Libra, John Amaya. That was quite the stint you put in there. That was quite the stint. Yeah, and the upcoming event is ready to go. Perfect. So okay, as I say, there is going to be a small break in the coverage of the race. There is a link to the next stream that will continue in about 55 minutes. It does say it's about to go live. There's been a bit of an issue with the server. I think during the restart, I think we might have missed someone out, but as soon as Will jumps out the car, we'll be able to get that sorted and get him in there. And yeah, we'll get the team. We will get the team in and bring you all the coverage that we can towards the end of the race. So massive apologies for the break, but this has been the first half of FRL's PS5 Coach Dave Delta 8 Hours of Monza as part of the Endurance GT3 2024 series, of course taking place on PlayStation and on PC. Sponsored by Coach Dave Delta. Experience seamless setup management with Delta. Perfect for Assetto Corsa Competizione and iRacing players looking to optimise their performance. So get yourself over to the Coach Dave website, sign yourself up for Delta and get those insights that you need to make yourself just that bit faster. That is all I have time for at the moment. Please do click on the link, jump over to the other stream. As soon as it goes live, you'll get a notification, and we will be live as soon as we can. Until then, stay safe, take it easy, have a great rest of your afternoon.